right. I agree. You won me over. Yep. NL had some words for the Korean commentators in our information. He said, "You guys keep," or no, Kramer. He said, "You guys keep comparing me to NL. You've done it many times, and I'm very sad. Please be nice to me now." I'm reading this from our info sheet here in front of me. Doesn't want to be compared to NL, so don't you do it. I'll be watching you, Monty.
We'll just compare him to space then.
Oh, well, how about Woong?
You have to go
one?
through your CJ 80 carries.
Yeah. Mad Life has arguably never truly had a great 80 carry to lane with here in Champions.
A lot of people saying that Ghost is really going to be something special, and like BDD, he will be turning 17 and therefore eligible to play at the professional level in March, a little bit later in BDD, but should be very interesting to see how that goes. Kramer having a tough time CSing here early on, Bang and Wolf.
Really tough, yeah. A lot of pressure coming in from SKT's bot lane, but Bang's Kalista, if you talk about power picks, this was one of the champions that he would just simply win on every single time. So to give that to him right away, you're not exactly putting yourself in an easy spot, are you?
No, definitely a comfort pick for him. I believe this is going to be Faker's first game on Corki, too. So, but this is guys, this is when we enter the new season of League of Legends. This kind of composition that SKT is running is going to be quite popular. Just because Tahm Kench is virtually unkillable when he actually gets items in that top lane, and therefore you can protect some damage dealers very, very well. But again, I like what CJ's doing with their long-range engage. They do have a lot of single-target crowd control with Ashe and TF and Maokai. Also very easy ganks on the top side. So Tahm Kench, Duke, going to have to play very conservatively here if he wants to avoid getting teleported on and killed by the Maokai Kindred and TF combination.
Yeah, corrupting potions for Faker and Duke in their lanes. Oh, maybe a gank attempt coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be
Faker from bubbling. Yeah, it doesn't exactly work out. But what do you think about corrupting potion right now?
I mean, it's just a strong laning tool early on, so definitely a good pickup. We'll see it quite a bit in the mid and top lane. Pretty common stuff, especially for champions that have a bit longer range and have some poke potential there to continuously put down the damage.
Tara, Sky though, just a bunch of Durance rings. Faker, whoa, Wolf, able to grab Kramer, do a lot of damage there. Not too bad. Of course they do have that sustain from Alistar, so it's going to be something that's mitigated, but Kramer's still pretty far behind in CS for this point in the game.
And Tara going for a double Doran's ring build, so really trying to pack a punch here early against the potion that Duke has picked up. Is getting a pretty healthy CS advantage. Bubbling going to get caught out here, actually. He's going to get collapsed on. He should not be there.
Yeah, this is super dangerous. Bubbling trying to make it back to the Dragon Pit. Maybe get over the wall. There's the flash. He's going to hop over the wall, but at least they burned a summoner spell there. Meanwhile, a bit of a duel with the Tri-Brush. Wolf trying to chase down Kramer. They're going to get pulled in. Kramer in a lot of trouble, and it's going to be first blood going over to Bengi. Yeah, a solid long-time jungler picking up the first kill of 2016.
Yeah, Bubbling, he's an amateur jungler. He played a little bit on Winners. He was on Anarchy, the team that is now Africa Freaks before Lyra joined. And that's a very amateur pathing mistake right there. So he was trying to get into the river, but Faker and the bot lane of SKT both had their lanes pushed up. Meanwhile, Sky wasn't 6, and they didn't have really any vision in there. So if you try and make a play on that situation, the collapse just comes so fast. It forced Mad Life and Kramer into the Tri-Brush, and then pretty easy kill, nice lantern gank there.
Oh, here we go again, Faker. Just going ahead, Valkyrieing away.
Yeah, good luck ganking mid lane, Clarky.
That might not be too easy. Faker having no issues at all staying alive.
Yeah, especially because Faker's running Cleanse this game. He sees all that crowd control coming through, so even if you hit a gold card, it's not going to do much, and the jungler doesn't have flash. So Bubbling having some, I think, decision-making issues early on in this game. But again, it's a very young player, so we'll see how he does.
I mean, like you mentioned earlier, it's really a rebuilding year for CJ. I mean, they had to make a lot of big changes. Whenever you have to make changes like that in an organization, there's going to be a time of adjustment. You're not going to win a lot right away. That almost never happens in any sport, esport or otherwise. So if you're a CJ fan, you kind of just have to hang in there and maybe hope for a playoff spot if you're lucky this season, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if you're a CJ fan, you're probably actually pretty excited about the fact that there are new players on this roster, because if there's been one consistent criticism of the CJ organization. It's been that they've been holding on to legacy players well past their prime and haven't really gotten the necessary new blood to remain competitive.
Yeah, and that was largely a criticism it seemed like was pointed towards the coaching staff, and with that completely turned over, we immediately saw a huge turnover in roster as well. So it is good to see CJ finally looking towards making those decisions that might eventually bring them another championship.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a very long time, but
yeah,
for an organization that was so powerful early on in their League of Legends careers or legacy.
Oh, Bengi harassing Untara just a little bit, slowing him down with that smite. Duke coming up. Untara might have to burn his flash to get away from this one. He certainly will. They're going to go right after him, though. Untara still in trouble. He's got his ult pop. Can they grab him in time? There we go. Tom Kench takes a bite out of him, and that is going to be another kill for SK Telecom. Duke with his first kill as an SKT player.
Yeah, not a whole lot they can do. Sky all the way back in base, no TP up and out of range for his ultimate. Faker's been doing work, just forcing Sky to TP back into lane. And so really just a whole hell of a lot of global map control and pressure from SK Telecom right now. Bubbly taking it this time to at least try and push into the enemy jungle. He's going to run into Faker, though.
Yeah, able to do some damage. Faker has to be careful. Whoa, never mind. Bubbling has to be careful. That was a lot of burst damage coming out of that Corki.
Yeah.
Got that Sheen proc. Man.
That Sheen's going to be doing some work early on.
No
so.
kidding. All that Charlie Sheen, because it's winning. Bengi forcing the flash out of Sky.
Well played, sir. I didn't expect that one.
I like to surprise. It's good after 10 seasons, I can still surprise you, Monte Cristo. I'm happy to hear that. Well, Faker still just fine. Gotta watch out for those Sheens. League of Legends item wires or otherwise. Hand over that blue buff, of course.
Yeah, so just a pretty, so far, lane dominant performance. Untara has lost that pretty large CS lead that he developed early on. So the boots of swiftness now coming through. Adam, you will see with more regularity this season.
Yeah. It is nice. I accidentally bought Sork shoes on Trundle when I was playing on stream the other day. That was embarrassing. I was just like, guys, I just want my ult to do more damage. That's all, you know?
Need to chomp harder.
Yeah, totally. Take a bite out of crime. I only play Constable Trundle, by the way.
Wow, it's too bad that no one's ever made that reference before.
I'm sure I'm the first. Doesn't matter, it still feels good. Oh, flash, bang, thrown back under turret, tries to get away with that lantern. Box drop down by Wolf, bang on the outside, pulls his support out, and are they gonna get more out of this? Sky so low, kept alive though by Kindred's ult.
It's a great turnaround right there. I mean, they stopped that gank under turret 3v4 after Mad Life punting SKT back under that turret, but Bengi
nice
with great patience on the Unburrow to take out Sky. And, you know, this global pressure that CJ wanted to put on really hasn't worked so far. They haven't been able to create any picks. Faker has thoroughly dominated this mid lane just in terms of pressure. And we see Sky right now take a few hits onto his turret, going for that Rod of Ages. Pretty standard now, Rod into Abyssal Scepter is what you're going to see on a lot of these mages.
Yep.
Themes not particularly great these days. Faker here is doing more work, slowly chipping away that turret, and this is what Faker does, just whittles away the mid lane and then takes over the game.
Yeah. You know, we've talked over and over again about Twisted Fate ultimates, right? You really need to get something going out of the first or second. First one didn't work out at all for Sky. You know, so if they can shut this TF down, especially if they can kill that first turret, it's going to go a long way in securing this game for SK Telecom. They're already just taking control of the map.
Yeah, they are, especially that bottom side jungle, considering that's where they're strong on the map right now. And Tom Kench does have some wave clear issues, so it's less reliable to invade that side of the jungle. Meanwhile, you see Bang right here just working his way up.
So one thing that I thought was interesting as we see Corki pick up his payload is Dragon doesn't seem to be as much of a priority now as it was in Season 5.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, first Dragon buff is still a really big priority just because you do get the % damage increase. But,
here we
Sky.
go. Yeah, Sky could be in a little bit of trouble. Caught out, no flash. Are they going to kill him under turret? Looks like they're going to be close. Faker with the final rocket. And the final hit he needs to pick up that kill.
You have to be so careful when Corki comes back to lane, because if there's a jungler there like that, he can just ambush you from beyond your screen of vision, basically. So you have to play very cautiously whenever Corki comes back in the map with that payload, and that's the reason why right there they made it look quite easy. I mean, SK Telecom making this game look quite easy.
Not bad. And it looks like we can see vision from each team at the same time, actually. That's interesting. That's new.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, good stuff. So,
cool.
Excellent little change. You've got tons of little observer tweaks, as we saw, coming through this season.
So, another objective that we should probably talk about, being that it's the first game of the new season and all that, is the Rift Herald. Not a huge priority that we've seen in various games on the preseason patch so far, but do you think that'll maybe change at some point?
It needs to be buffed, or I suppose depending on how you look at it, nerfed, because right now it just does so much damage that it basically forces a recall whenever you take it, and you lose a lot of time and map pressure that way. So I don't think we're going to see much emphasis on the Rift Herald. And to go back to the Dragon issue too, a lot of games just simply aren't lasting long enough these days to justify a lot of emphasis on Dragon control. Just because you're not going to get 5 stacks. The game will likely end before that occurs. So first Dragon is very important, no matter when you get it, just to get that single stack up. And then it's mostly basically a turret pressure game at this point in time. And that's kind of the change that we're going to see, at least at the start of this season. And we'll see how perhaps Rift Herald changes or Dragon buffs change. I think perhaps changing the second stack to something a little bit more potent might do some work when it comes to making continued Dragon control more of a viable tactic.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot more bloodthirsty meta right now. It's very nice. Kramer still behind in CS. Has a Caulfield's Hammer and the BF sword, but not a lot otherwise.
Yeah, it's going for a little bit of the CDR on Ashe.
Probably a good idea if you're running a pick comp.
Probably a good idea if you're running a pick comp, absolutely.
CDR on the Ashe arrow is pretty nice. But he needs a bit more than that. I mean, right now SKT's been putting on all the pressure. So when does CJ really find that opportunity to get those picks? You know, we're almost 15 minutes into the game and there's no kills for CJ.
Yeah, none at all. Faker with a second blue buff too, and that's just going to help him push up this wave even further and try and actually deal the damage. Meanwhile, another recall from Sky, who has been using that TP exclusively to get back into lane, has his ultimate up if he wants to use it, but basically he hasn't been able to have really any effect on the map so far. And it looks like we may see the first Dragon coming through here.
Could be. SKT might be setting up for it. Yeah, it looks like they're starting it now.
Bit of a risk considering their bot lane isn't there, but they will be back in time for any fight should Mad Life and Kramer start to make a move. And they do have a lot of vision on the backside of that objective too, so they know that CJ isn't moving north through the tri-brush.
Well, with things like the lower amount of vision in general right now in the preseason, and also things like the vision debris to kind of let you know where wards may have just been, it's easier to kind of sneak things like that, it seems like.
Yeah. The continued harass of the mid lane and the taking of the jungle. Great vision control so far from SKT. Vision, of course, changed dramatically, so you do have to be more deliberate and precise with vision these days because you simply will not have as many wards or as much of an idea of what's going on the map. So it has made it very interesting and more methodical in the way that teams approach objectives and approach pressure.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good thing.
Well, to a certain extent, too, it's kind of a jungler's paradise right now as well because you just don't have as much vision to use in the early game to keep track of where people are. So ganking gets a little bit more often and a little bit more successful, and all of that contributes to quicker games.
Yeah, absolutely. Bubbling still going to be running the tracker's knife here, so does have a few more wards. Bengi opting for a Sightstone this game to make up for it. And that's going to be a major factor. Pretty much all the new machete upgrades are being used.
Oh, here we go. Action down in bot lane. Wolf could be in trouble. Teleport coming in from Fly in the mid lane. Bang getting very low. Looks like CJ may get their first kill. They will. Finally taking out Bang.
Really nice target switching there. So you saw they engaged the fight onto Thresh, but then they immediately moved on to Bang because he was going to just use his ultimate onto Wolf and pull him back in.
Yeah.
So they need to get rid of the Kalista right away. They CC him long enough in order to make sure that they get the kill. And now we're going to see some tower trading.
Yeah, I mean, Faker was able to take out the tower in mid lane, but CJ might be able to respond right away with the bot tower. Maybe not at the moment, though. Wow, SKT keeping that alive.
That's a great trade for SKT, actually, to force just a kill for that.
Wow. I was not expecting them to be able to save that. And we may have a bit of a dive. As Faker comes in, Untara on the run already.
Corki does so much damage these days.
He really does. Has that Trinity Force. Has those Sork shoes. And that's going to be another turret for SK Telecom, most likely.
So 2 turrets right there for 1 kill. SKT absolutely just playing again the wave advantage they had on the map. And Faker with that fast Trinity Force is a tower menace.
This is one of the things, too, that led to that championship win at World Season 5, is that you may be able to gank somebody somewhere on the map. You might be able to get that kill, but everyone else on the team is going to take every advantage that gives them.
Yeah, and bubbling really has been essentially a non-factor this game.
Yeah.
To get the 1 assist, but he just hasn't been in the right place at the right time. Bengi has been reading him like a book, and now Package going to be here, and that is a long way. Bengi already set up.
Oh boy, Sky just going way too far up in lane without the vision to keep him safe, and Faker and Bengi pick up a pretty easy one. That did not look difficult at all. Wolf pulled in to keep him away from the gank down in bot lane. Bubbling tried to make a play there, but like you said, Bubbling just not really able to make anything happen this game. Definitely a silence of the lambs situation.
It is definitely a silence.
It's not doing a whole lot.
It puts the potion on its skin.
Yeah, or it gets the ward again. Oh, Faker could be in a little bit of trouble here. Madlife with the pulverize for the knockup. Bengi coming down to save his teammates. They're going to pull Madlife into the box. Who caught who now? Ash is still trying to do damage from the outside. Untara comes down with the TP to try to make a difference. Low health members everywhere, but so far no deaths until right about now. Untara goes down. Duke with a kill there. Bubbling jumps in to try to help. Lamb's Respite keeping people alive for the moment, but it doesn't stop Faker from picking up another one. Now Kramer on the run. He needs a door to go through really fast or something, but he has nothing. Another kill for SKT, and that is going to be a near ace. It is an ace as they catch Sky. SKT, what can you say? I mean, just as dominating as ever.
That was very well executed,
Wow.
just coming through. Duke, actually, we talked about his teleport usage, but he shows up at the right time and tangles up their back line, so they can't really engage on that fight. Meanwhile, just great kiting from Faker, using both of his summoners to get out of a Maokai route. Let's take a look at this. I mean, Faker playing very aggressively onto Madlife right there. And then just taking the Lantern out. Maokai's going to come in, and we will see Faker here. So it's a nice TP, actually, from Untara, but it'll just be root straight into Cleanse Flash instantly. And take a look at Duke right here, just coming back onto Madlife, and there's not really much that they could do. Untara, the first target.
Wow.
And we do see the Kindred ult coming down, but it's not going to do a whole lot. As the heal pops in at the end, Faker just saves his burst damage to deal with Kindred as soon as the ult is up. So very impressive by SKT, and they take a 7,000 gold lead here at 20 minutes.
Yeah, you have to imagine that it's not going to take too much longer for SK Telecom to finish this one off.
Yeah, Baron's up right now. They have Corki and Kalista to take Baron.
Oh boy, Madlife trying to escape here, but Faker's still there doing a lot of damage. There's a flash, but it's not going to save the Battle Cow. It's taken out. And SKT, I believe they stole away the blue buff too. I don't think anyone got that.
It's going to be a Baron.
Yeah.
Madlife didn't actually use his ultimate right there for some reason.
Huh.
I'm a bit surprised by that, because if he dies, then the Baron is definitely going to be incoming with the Kalista securing the damage that they have.
Right. Well, CJ wants to try to stop it. Sky coming in. There's an arrow onto Bengi. Not the person they wanted to land that on. Bubbling on the run right away. Untara comes in to try to break up the backline. Sky with another gold card over onto Bengi. But SKT just taking apart this fight so easily. Backing off that Baron, not having any trouble at all, shifting focus to winning this team fight.
Yeah, CJ actually only lost 1 member for stopping that Baron, and they're going to get a tower off of it. So that was actually a pretty successful fight for CJ as far as staying in this game goes. Might have bought them just a little bit of time, and now Faker's not going to have that same pressure in the mid lane that he had before. So if they can transition this into a dragon immediately, they may be looking at some strong plays. But here we go. That is going to be sensed out by the crab there.
Yeah, well, it looks like Tom Kench coming in right away. Duke just coming in by himself. Dragon very low. SKT gets basically a free Dragon. Oops.
Well, what can you do, really? I think they had to go for it, see if they could get it, and try and take some form of advantage. So I don't think you can really blame CJ for that one. You see Duke right now just building a ridiculous amount of defensive stats, and unfortunately for CJ, they don't really have a lot of damage. I mean, Sky is still going to be stacking up that Rod of Ages, not fully there yet, and meanwhile this Ashe not going to be doing a lot with only a completed Essence Reaver right now, so there's really no way for them to kill Tom Kench. It's not looking good for CJ, quite obviously.
Not really. I have to say, so far in this first game, Duke seems to be fitting in pretty well on SKT.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He really is coordinating well with his teammates. Looks a bit more comfortable, at least in this game, than he did on Najin. Only his first game of the season, though.
That's very true. We have not the biggest sample size in less than one game.
I think 20 minutes is enough to make our judgments about Duke on SKT,
It's
though.
enough for most people on Reddit, probably. So why not us too, you know? SKT invading the enemy jungle. Sky, wow, nearly going down right there. But it's enough that SKT should be able to take this turret. Bengi, very aggressive with that Rek'Sai. And I don't think there's going to be a lot stopping SK Telecom from taking this turret. CJ may want to try it. I guess they do. End up pushing SKT away for the moment. Sky has his ult. SKT needs to be a little bit careful about where everyone is right now, but you know, to be fair, Duke can just come in whenever he wants.
Yeah, has his ult, has his TP up, so there's not a whole lot they can do. Duke continuing his very slow Sunfire Cape split push here. Does drive some minions in the turret. Bengi.
Wow, Bengi going really deep. Finds 3 members of CJ. That may be in a little bit of a hard time for him. Whoa, gets knocked back by Madlife. Bengi flashing, trying to get to that lantern. Doesn't make it in time. Wolf drops a wall anyway. Bengi lives through it for the moment. Duke getting in the back lines. This Tom Kench is so tanky. Sky on the run there. Maokai turns right around. Wolf in the middle of it all. In a lot of trouble. Kept alive by the Lambs despite for the moment. Flashes at the last second as Faker takes down Madlife. And Tara the next to fall. And SKT turns it into a team fight win. A double kill for Duke. And a nice rocket at the end to complete the ace.
And Faker there just using the package, coming right over the top of that team fight and delivering the Valk. And that did a lot of damage, and then just poking from the outside. Now SKT going to take a look at this Baron right now while they push the mid lane. Looks like they're only going to need a few members to go ahead and take the Baron, maximizing their gains with this mid lane turret kill as well.
With all the brawling that we've seen between these teams, I'm amazed that CJ has only come away with it with 1 kill. That is insane. SKT, though, going to come away with another huge teamfight win and a Baron. And will this be enough to close it out? Let's watch that fight again.
This just shows how tanky you can get these days, even on a jungler. So Madlife's actually going to do a good job of blocking the lantern grab right here. He's going to stand right on top of it so Bengi can't get to it. Instead knocks up Madlife and nearly dies, but they can't quite get the kill. Now watch Faker here with the package coming over from right to left of your screen. And right over the top, beautiful in the choke point right there, getting an entire over the hallway and then just shooting some phosphorus bombs and rockets right into the mix. And at the end, saving Wolf right there, taking out Madlife, and then coming over. Kramer with 0 mana, so he's really not a threat.
Jeez, look at those crits.
Yeah. Essence Reaver's pretty strong.
Yes. Strong in the hands of Faker, not so much in the hands of Kramer at the moment.
Of course, and Essence Reaver, such a strong item on a lot of these more spellcasting AD carries like Ashe or Corki or Ezreal these days, just because you do get quite a bit of mana back whenever you get that critical strike. So
you definitely need that with a champion like Corki. SKT moving in to the bot lane right now, looking to take their first inhibitor of the game. They do still have Duke pushing in top lane for them.
This guy actually just going to recall and give up that turret. Duke there.
Oh, arrow comes down. They're going to try to make a play for it. Madlife trying to get closer to Faker. Headbutt pulverized. Faker still in a bit of trouble. Bubbling, though. Low, there's a Lambs Respite going down. Kramer firing from the outside of the fight. Faker back in a safe position. And this is going to be SKT. Yet again, how far will they dive? Enough to kill Madlife at least. And now just taking out that turret. It's what they came for anyway. They don't need a bunch of kills. They need objectives now. SKT. Not quite enough for the inhibitor yet. Okay, they'll get it.
turn around right after
Too
that.
scary. Yep.
Yeah, Duke's going to regain a little bit of his health that he lost while he was going for
We're
the
still
turret
going
tank. Yeah, let's push it up. They're not going to go any further
There
than
we
this.
go.
Time to back off, for sure.
Right. Well, that's what you call a successful push.
That is what you call a successful push, and should be pretty easy. 17-1 in terms of the kills for SK Telecom, and this has been pretty damn convincing, Doa.
I would say so. 7-1 in terms of turrets as well. 2 dragons to 0.
And
Baron
basically,
on top of it all.
we're 1 kill and 1 turret away from this being a perfect game for SKT.
Yeah.
That's very close. Very close.
I mean, it really says a lot about both teams, right? It says that this is still the World Championship SK Telecom team, even if they do have a new top laner. It says this is indeed going to be a rebuilding year for CJ, you know? It really is sort of what you'd expect, looking at this matchup on paper coming into it today.
Absolutely.
But it's still fun to watch.
I did not expect Duke to be this synced up with the rest of SKT, though. Really, his teleports have been pretty good so far this game, especially that last one coming in right for the front line, doing a good job of tanking up that turret while they finished it off. And he looks very coordinated.
You have to wonder how much of that was just simply being on Najin, you know, last
now
season.
we wonder that.
And now we do wonder that, yeah. But the fact is that when Najin won a game in 2015, 90% of the time it was because of Duke. So you take that guy out of that team, give him some good teammates, and it looks like it's working out pretty well in the first game anyway.
I mean, he did win the spring MVP, and it wasn't like his team was winning 70% of their games or anything like that either. So when they won, he almost always got that MVP. You see Bengi doing quite a bit of damage right now.
Yep.
They're just going to move on through.
It's a very methodical closeout, but again, a quicker game. They've already lost a Nexus turret. Looks like they may lose the rest soon, as that's the final inhibitor for SK Telecom.
See, they should just put on the pressure right now and go ahead and close this one. No real need to back off.
Yep, health looks good, cooldowns look good. The power is certainly there for SKT. CJ, one last frantic team fight opportunity maybe. But we'll see. Mad Life stopped a little bit. There we go. Maokai going in on a faker. Just valks away immediately. Mad Life in the back lines, but kind of on his own. Pops that ult. Sky just with not a lot of damage. Faker jumps ahead to get the kill on Bubbling. Meanwhile, SKT takes on the rest of the team. Faker's not done yet. Taking down Kramer in the fountain. Welcome to Champions, buddy. There goes the Nexus. SKT with the first win in Korea of 2016.
Incredibly clean game. You see SKT really... They haven't lost very much. Sure, they didn't do so great in the Caspa Cup immediately after returning to Korea, but they looked very comfortable in this one despite having made that roster change. Really firing on all cylinders. A very, very impressive win.
Yeah, looked really solid. It's got to be a bit frustrating for Mad Life especially. You know, you've played for so long. Now you've got this whole new team to try to whip into shape. See if Drill Instructor Mad Life can handle it. But again, if you're a CJ fan, even though it's tough right now, this is the kind of change that needed to happen on the team.
Yes, it did.
Growth is painful, guys, all right? This is just how it has to be if you want CJ to be good again. Win for SKT, and this is a best of 3, of course, so we'll be back with another game. See if CJ can tie things up, but I've got a feeling it's going to be pretty similar.
Yeah, I think that we'll see. Again, in this patch, a lot of games tend to be very snowbally, even between comparably skilled teams, so perhaps CJ can bounce back and show a little more in game number 2.
True enough. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back for the next game after this.
Profit on the street. She's stronger than the road. It still starts to grow. All his life he's been told. Nothing when he's told. All the kicks and all the blows. He won't ever let it show. She's stronger than you know. It still starts to grow. When you've been fighting for it all your life, you've been struggling to make things right. It's all superhuman instinct. your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Faker with the MVP for that mid-Corky play. It was pretty sick, wasn't it?
It was pretty sick, especially just the way he used the package. Now, I do think that Sky really misplayed very hard around the package usage, but even in these team fights, we'll see Faker do quite a good job, especially just his reflexes here on the cleanse and flash combo on Antara's Twisted Advance right there.
Well, you gotta respect Corky's package. If you don't, you're in for a world of hurt. Just like CJ.
I don't know how to take that comment.
I don't know any other way to take it. I mean, Corky's got a package, and when he brings it to you, just like he's bringing it to Sky right there, he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, a lot of this, again, was Sky playing too far forward in the lane when Faker had recalled. It was pretty transparent, so I think Sky maybe having a bit of nerves here. Again, he is a rookie player, so you can expect perhaps a little bit of a lack of confidence. That's just beautiful, though.
Yeah, look at that. What a package.
What a package. Faker, the complete package.
The
coming
total
in.
package.
The total package, getting 3 people.
Yep.
And then just pretty simply using his spellcasting from the outside.
Yeah.
Flash forward right there, and he'll Valk in for a final kill in the fountain.
That is some terrifying Corky play just in general, and Kramer, a little bit, it's a tough initiation to champions for that guy.
Yeah, it is, but I think that we saw some pretty, what should be common team compositions, especially SKTs in the draft on this patch.
Says Faker Senpai knows.
And
Beaming out of control.
but maybe CJ should not play pick compositions when there's a Tahm Kench in the top lane. It is very hard to make picks when you try and land an arrow and then Tahm Kench shows up and then just eats the AD carry and brings him to safety. Or even if you're trying to make picks onto Tahm Kench himself, because he just has so much HP and defensive stats that, you know, with a Maokai and a TF gank, you're probably just not going to kill him.
Yeah.
And I think that SKT really doing a good job of making the Tahm Kench work as a priority pick in the first round of the draft on red side. We will be switching up sides in game number 2 here.
Yep. Picks and bans for game 2 between SKT and CJ Entis. Reach, trying to whip these guys into shape.
Interesting to me that SKT has banned out Fior on both sides. Maybe a pick that Duke isn't that comfortable on yet, because it's a big change in their strategy that we saw at the World Championship with Marin, where it was definitely a major priority for this team.
Yeah. Very true. There's a Rise ban, of course, against Faker. Just not something you want to let the guy play, but...
Yeah, this is really interesting. So Fior and Lissandra have definitely historically been very potent picks for SKT, because Lissandra's a very good flex pick when they had Marin, because Marin was probably the best top lane Lissandra player in Korea. And of course, Faker no slouch on that particular pick either. So banning it on both sides, again, is a major change. So perhaps, again, Duke not exactly comfortable on those particular champions. They also might just want to take a longer team fight because they're leaning away from even picking Lulu first. So same bans on both sides of the rift here.
Wow.
For SK Telecom. It's not something you see very often. And same thing so far for CJ. MF was the final ban in the last game.
What's it going to be this time around? A lot of good picks. Tahm Kench
that's probably
taken
smart.
away. Yeah.
This will force a little bit of a different style of composition out of SK Telecom. And fortunately for us, we will get to see
Oh boy.
Duke playing something else. But MF going to come through. And of course, MF just very mobile at the current time with the changes to her kit and the difference to Strut. Easily able to get back into lane, so it is hard to take turrets against MF because she can just get back so quickly from recalls. And also just her trades are pretty ridiculous with her new passive and double up right now.
Yeah, well, the range on her slow, too, is just crazy.
So,
Anyone who's been playing League lately knows that you have a hard time when you lane against an MF.
so Kindred Alistar priority once again for CJ, so they're not going to be mixing it up very much. Bubbling, it wasn't really his Kindred play, it was his jungle pathing last game that was a bit rocky. He didn't really play around his team's pressure that well, and it did get him caught out a couple of times. And we could see Alawi, I suppose.
I mean, Elise still a powerful pick in the jungle, but yeah, do you actually think we're going to see that Alawi?
It sets up an AoE Wombo combo, so
that's true.
A possibility for sure. SKT could entirely switch gears here, where they were going more for a poke style composition with Protect the AD carry, and now they could just be going for the big bullet time and some more supporting area of effect damage. And this will be our first Alawi game, but
maybe not after all.
Might be some Gnar instead.
You know, we had Curse of the Sad Bullet Time way back when we were doing the Amumu Misfortune combos, back when Cloud Templar was slinging the bandages around before he went over to casting. But we'll see what sort of new Wombo combos they can come up with now.
Well, just a lot of CC taken so far by SK Telecom, and
yeah,
maybe an attempt here at a top lane Vlad for a little bit of sustain up against this Gnar.
Would seem acceptable, I suppose.
Yeah, they're going to need, again, whenever you play the Kindred, you generally are also going to take a tanky top laner, because the jungle has changed quite a bit from last season, where jungle was primarily used for crowd control and tankiness. And now, considering you can carry harder out of the jungle than you could previously, it does allow for more options. When it comes to carry top laners like we saw at the end of last season with the tanky junglers. Now, you can still do that, or you could play this style where you provide a lot of peel for the jungler and allow the Kindred or the Graves to be a primary damage dealer.
Lucian's still a very strong pick right now, so no big shock to see CJ lock that in for Kramer. Over on the SKT side, what's it going to be? A lot of good support options right now. There's the Trundle locked in.
Well, you got your wish, Doa.
Nice. Wolf's Trundle, he's going to be trolling the Rift. It's going to be great. But the Mumu, I don't think so. Yeah. Faker's been playing a lot of LeBlanc in solo queue like he always has.
Yeah, also a very safe blind pick, so I assume we're going to see the LeBlanc blind pick here, just because without CJ showing a mid lane pick yet, it does make it a little more difficult. Corky, another safe blind pick, and it's going to roll through Bang's litany of troll choices. Victor, pretty safe. Just, again, solid wave clear. Not a whole lot changing with him. And that will be a blind Victor.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Victor hasn't been quite as popular lately, but still
it
pick.
goes into the AoE combo, right? Plus, the choke control with the Victor Trundle combination. Basically, if you're doing Baron, good luck getting through Gravity Field and Pillar. Like, there's basically no way to stop them from doing a Baron when you have that much control over choke points, and the enemy jungle will be a very dangerous place for CJ to fight, or even their own jungle, simply because there are going to be so many avenues blocked by SK Telecom, and the threat of the Gnar ultimate, bullet time over the wall, can be pretty brutal. So,
well, SKT has so many good methods to funnel CJ into chokes
scary.
And then blow up. Yeah,
very scary.
Really, really cool. Can't wait to see how Wolf's going to be able to use that pillar when it comes to fighting. There's a LeBlanc locked in for Sky.
Yeah, LeBlanc, especially with the new Keystone Mastery system and the fact that you do have the Thunderlord, which adds even more burst, really, to her kit right there.
Yep.
So she is very, very powerful, and generally a pretty safe laner in almost every situation. There have been some rumblings that I've heard, talking to some pro players, that Syndra is currently a viable counter pick against LeBlanc, but I haven't seen it myself.
Okay. Well, anyway you slice it, CJ has a lot of work to do if they want to come away from this series looking anything but weak. We'll see if they can come back and maybe put up a bit of a fight in Game 2 as we see our final lineups for both of these teams. Trundle Misfortune bot lane. Welcome to Season 6, guys.
Quite different indeed, but SKT trending more towards AoE teamfight composition. Looking to use the terrain to their benefit. Should be interesting. While CJ Entis, a lot of the same picks. We'll see if Bubbling and Sky can do a little bit more damage this game, moving away from the pick composition at the very least.
Should be awesome to see. I love the big Wombo combo, team fight comps. My favorite way to see League. And we will in just a moment as we load into our second game of Champion Spring. It's time, guys. Can CJ tie it up? Let's find out and get in the game. we're back once again. CJ fans not giving up hope.
Have you given up hope, Doa?
Well, I'm not a CJ fan, so I don't know what that's like. I've been an SKT fan for a long time, man, so I've never had to worry about that.
And that's how he deleted 2014 from his memory.
There you go. Hey, well, you know, they almost, well, yeah, it didn't. It wasn't a great year, but it's a better year than CJ. Put it that way. Sounds good. We'll see if Sky can get any more traction going on this LeBlanc this game. Wolf already chasing Mad Life away. Beef is tasty. He wants to take a big bite.
What a debut game for Sky. You really don't wish this on anybody, do you?
No.
First professional game versus Faker.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, right? I mean, it's your first professional game against Faker. It's tough, man. Just a tough position to be in. And playing a champion like Twisted Fate, too, that comes with some sort of inherent risks to playing the champion. He didn't make it easy on himself, you know?
No, he didn't. And I think that having the LeBlanc will be a simpler affair for him.
Yeah.
Overall, and it looks like we're not going to see any lane swaps once again this game. Both two lanes starting on that bottom side of the map. Both junglers starting with a leash from the top lane.
It looks like the duos are going to be taking some jungle camps on the way there, or just one jungle camp anyway. Sky getting aggressive onto Faker right away, and LeBlanc is a much safer champion for him to bring to this mid lane, so we'll see what he can do. Bang and Wolf, though, brand new combo. We've never seen these guys play either of these champions, as far as I know. I'd be very surprised if that were the case.
Maybe we've seen some MF, but we definitely haven't seen Wolf play support Trundle. That is a very new pick. Bubbling actually going for an early invade here.
Wow, Bubbling turning around onto Bengi. Bengi taking some damage. Needs to be
He's gonna
careful
die.
here. Bengi in a lot of trouble. Faker coming in, flashes ahead. Can he get some revenge? A little bit of damage on Bubbling, but that's not going to do it.
Great cheese there for Bubbling, just
Wow.
coming in. So getting that early leash and then disrupting the blue buff, knowing that the level 2 dueling was going to beat out Bengi right there and winning. Meanwhile, he did have a little bit of safety. Maokai was pushed up a little bit, and that's much better sense of the map that Bubbling has had and sense of his power level than we saw at any point in the last game. So fun first blood coming over to Bubbling.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Kramer actually winning that first trade against Bang's Misfortune, and you don't see a lot of people winning trades against Misfortunes right now.
No, you don't. But again, like you said in the first game, the sustain coming from the Alistair will be quite useful, and looks like it's been a pretty nice early spawn here for Kindred. Anytime you can get the mark spawn onto one of the Scuttle Crabs, you're going to be feeling really good. Getting some of those early stacks, adding to your damage, it's always a nice feature. And Kindred just simply just going to go back. Bubbling takes the red buff and then retreats. Meanwhile, Bengi will move to the opposite side of the map, but there's not going to be any contest here over the blue buff followed into the Scuttle Crab.
Yep.
This is a really good early jungle start. Bengi's going to have to wait for a while to get pressure.
Yeah. And we're going to have to see how that impacts the other lanes too. You know, Sky and Kramer having some issues last game with all the pressure Bengi and the rest of SKT were able to put on them. But this time around, they've got a little bit easier way to go.
Yeah, and Tara even doing a pretty good job against Duke right here, winning that battle. Bengi going to come through, take out his blue buff at long last. And here's the Scuttle Crab kill for Bubbling. So he's getting a lot of free farm early, has some items. Going for the Tracker's Knife again, so looking for that vision, considering you're not going to build a Sightstone onto Kindred. So having that Tracker's Knife can be quite useful.
All right, a little bit of action down the bot lane. Wolf gets caught. He may be in a lot of trouble here trying to run away. Nice pillar, slows down Mad Life and Bubbling enough for him to make it out. Meanwhile, a big duel up in the top lane. Duke's going to lose that one, though.
Yeah, again, Tara burning his teleport very early on. We saw him do this last game with Maokai, getting the double Doran's rings for the early power spike, and then just immediately using the TP. So forcing that advantage. Duke can have to TP himself now into the top side after losing that little engagement. They're going to try and turn this around. And Tara pushed very far forward. Bengi coming into the enemy jungle, but they decided too many minions right now, don't want to go for it. Duke, so not quite level 6 yet, so not having the most amount of CC.
Yeah, too bad. That looked like a
We'll see, they can still go for it. Tara just going to go back and recall on that pressure, not going to take any chances knowing his jungler's in the bottom side and he has no vision. So a safe game, and Untara not getting that same CS advantage that he has last time, but forcing Duke into a double Doran's purchase of his own.
Speaking of CS advantages, Sky has managed to get a little bit of one against Faker here. Not a huge one, but a little bit.
Yeah, Faker back to lane first. He'll even it up pretty quickly, and we do see what is going to be pretty common if you guys have been out of the scene for a little bit, which is a lot of Frost Queen's claims on mid laners, especially on 524. So what this does is it's an item that provides some nice stats, some extra gold, but also in a meta with lower vision because of the changes to the number of wards and the kinds of wards you can have. It makes it so you actually do get some knowledge by popping the Ghost, the active ability, and it's a very long 4-second slow in team fights too, so it allows you some pretty good crowd control in the midst of a team fight.
Yeah. Duke on the run, gets slowed down a little bit. I don't think they're going to be able to catch him though, no. Easy escape for Duke. But you're right, I mean, the vision game has changed so much this season. No more buying green wards, you can only get those from items. And it's made everything a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more exciting, and it's made vision control a lot harder.
Yeah, certainly has. Bengi is still doing a good job of getting some deeper wards in though, in spite of that early death, and so far coming out on top with at least a minor farm advantage. Hasn't had the same number of shops though, and looks like Faker's going to start pushing up using his Death Ray, and they're going to go for a dive here on the bottom side. Mad Life's still only level 4, so he won't be able to tank this.
All right, well, they know what's up now. There's the slow. Mad Life in a little bit of trouble, goes back in onto Wolf and Bang, but he's going to lose a lot of health doing it again. No ult for Mad Life equals an easy kill for SK Telecom. They committed a lot to it, but it looks like they'll get away with it.
Yeah, nice job. Faster on the roam. They knew both top laners' TPs were down. No unbreakable will yet.
And just like the plan, I'm sure they had going into it, Wolf got the kill.
Of
Worked
course,
out
naturally.
perfectly. Yep.
Quality trolling. They may go back for round 2 right here. Kramer still sitting under the turret. They know there's a pink ward there.
Yeah.
They can try and come around the back and get a cocoon down.
Well, they forced the flash at least. They'll be able to get a lot of damage onto the turret if they want to.
Yeah, still a nice win. You can see Bang really out trading and out CSing Kramer here. Both summoners now down on the AD carry, so huge advantage for SKT in that bottom lane, and you see how precise. Just thinking about how SKT set that up. Methodical warding through the enemy jungle from Bengi to start it off. Faker pushes the lane, and they immediately transition down into a roam on the bottom side through the enemy jungle. Great read, and this is a lot of pretty textbook League of Legends that's being played tonight by SK Telecom. Pretty much what you'd expect in an ideal situation about how to push through to objectives, gain the vision you need to make airtight plays.
Yep, and it's good to see too. I mean, it's good to see just standard by the book play coming into a new year, new season. They made a big change in the top lane, so why not keep things simple right away?
Yeah, Duke, he hasn't had a big burden on him tonight. Most of the map movement has been done by Bengi and Faker so far in this series, and they haven't been relying on him for teleport ganks in the laning phase, just simply on split pushing and better TP usage later on in the game, and he's been delivering on that front.
Yeah. Now, SK Telecom has a lot of vision around this dragon. Do you think they're going to try to go for it soon?
Well, they have that opportunity. Meanwhile, Mad Life here playing it dangerous.
Yeah, Faker maybe in a little bit of trouble too. No, Gravity Shield goes down, catches Bubbling. There's a Lamb's Respite though. Can he keep him alive for the moment as he flashes away? SKT grabs that kill anyway. Faker hits it with the Chaos Storm. They try to slow down a few more members of CJ with that pillar from Trundle, but no more catches. But I think SKT is going to be quite happy with that.
It's the second time that we've seen Bubbling sort of misplay pressure as a jungler on that bottom side river. Happened in the first game too, which got him killed. Happened again, and it's going to open up plays like this, and CJ has to be very careful. They have no summoners remaining.
Mad Life still isn't level 6.
Yeah, Trundle is, so...
Yeah, well, pushes hard. Wolf back over the wall here. Bullet time goes down. Bang has to back away, though. Oh, Bang in a lot of trouble at the moment. Untara comes down with the teleport. There's a kill for CJ. Duke came down as well, followed with his own TP. Bengi having to back away from Sky, though. Sky may find a kill here. Bubbling, helping out, and I think this one's going to be another one for CJ. It will be an SKT. That gank not working out like they wanted it to.
Untara actually had a very good TP right there, and the read from Mad Life in particular made that play because he punted the Trundle right back over the wall and then concentrated. Banks tried to set up a bullet time, but actually completely whiffed it as Kramer and Mad Life split under the turret. But Untara coming back from the lane ward right there made a lot of difference, and Duke just not quite there in time to do much of anything, and Bengi just isolated on the backside. So nicely played by CJ, and that's what we've been talking about with Duke. Sometimes he just doesn't have the best TP setup. We'll probably take a look at that one again. He may not have had a good ward to TP to, but regardless, nice read by CJ, and good play by Mad Life.
Yeah. Well, Mad Life has been playing Alistar for a very long time. Pretty much since his first season, 12 seasons ago. A lot of Mad Life Alistar back then. In fact, the champion that he really first made a name for himself on. Everyone thinks about Mad Life's Blitzcrank, but he was really known for his Alistar before anything else.
Yeah, absolutely true. Something, a champion we've long associated with Mad Life's play.
Yep. Yep. But, you know, not only good mechanically, but like we just saw, very intelligent play too. Bubbling, laying in wait in this tri-brush. Wolf is going to get spotted by the Rift Scuttler ward. Duke finally putting some pressure onto Untara, it looks like, but nothing that Maokai can't handle.
Well, he is going to be going for Hex Drinker. Nice
Whoa,
engage.
here we go. Yeah, Mad Life making play to Wolf, knocking him back into the enemy team. Wolf trying to get back as far as he can, but he's behind enemy lines and he's taken down. CJ with another good gank. They've got a nice little gold lead here. SKT, they need to be careful.
Yeah, and they saw the Kindred coming in through the river right there, I believe. Actually, Kindred probably hopped over the wall. I didn't see the start of that, so might have been a little bit more surprising. But first Dragon of the game over to CJ right now as they push forward.
So what's the issue with SKT? Is it just CJ playing that much better than in game one, or does SKT look a little bit lazy to you?
Well, it really on that other gank, I think they could have set up the TP from Duke better, and that was a major problem. TP location.
A Faker on the run now, going to turn it right around onto Bubbling, who has to pop that Lamb's Respite just to stay alive. Faker, though, one more laser could do it. He's just going to get him with the Chaos Storm anyway.
And Bubbling just forced to run out of his own ultimate right there, because if he stayed in there, the heal wasn't going to be enough for another round of cooldowns from Faker. And Faker right here, not going to get the stun, will get chained in. And it's going to force Sky to run away, at least for the moment. Faker trying to get some early magic resist here before finishing that Frost Queen's claim. Will be most likely building into Abyssal Scepter, so he actually is taking a lot less damage from this LeBlanc, and it showed, especially when he still had heal up and LeBlanc didn't have the Ignite.
I mean, they're really going to need Faker to carry this game. Sky coming in to try to make a play here. Bengi went for the Cocoon but didn't get it. Faker right now with most of the kills on the team. Spooky Ghosts, Frost Queen's claim done for both of these guys.
Yeah, we'll see that used quite frequently just to make sure that there's no one around and initiate these trades. Very, very strong item. Typically thought of course, as a support item, but generally built on mid laners these days.
Yep. I mean, SKT with the kills on exactly the right people, right? Faker and Wolf.
Naturally.
Yep, that's what they wanted. Bubbling taking his own red before moving up towards top lane. We'll see if he tries to make a play onto Duke. There's a ward there, so Duke shouldn't be caught unawares. Yeah, Bubbling's going to walk right into it.
Yeah, Bengi prioritizing the Boots of Swiftness over any kind of Sightstone or completed early jungle item. And we saw a lot of these Boots of Swiftness last game, and the speed was buffed on them a little bit. They are cheaper than a lot of the other boots, so really just offering a lot of control over the map right now, considering how fast you can get around and make your ganks or try and get a few wards in where you can.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, especially with the tracking knife, or tracker's knife rather, whatever you want to call it, already done.
Tracker's knife, I guess we could use that.
For Bengi, and so that means that just has a little bit more opportunity to get in and out of the enemy jungle with those wards.
You know, we're seeing both Wolf and Mad Life prioritize getting that Sightstone really quickly before finishing off like base of the mountain or anything like that too.
Yeah,
so
well, that's why that's pretty common.
You need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you can't buy green wards anymore, you pretty much have to rush Sightstone if you want to be able to do any sort of vision control game like you used to be able to with support.
Well, we're going to get tied up right here.
Yeah, and Bengi's scared away. Those ghosts are spooky. Wow, Wolf in a little bit of trouble. Killer down to slow Mad Life. Looks like they're going to get the pink ward at the end anyway, though.
Yeah, to get the Trundle ultimate out without having to use Alistair's.
Yeah.
Just a little bit back and forth right now. And Bang, who had that huge lead, it's been a very nice comeback from Kramer and Mad Life after that second sort of failed dive there from SKT. And we will see him go back, pick up an Essence Reaver of his own. And back to pretty slow gameplay here in the early game.
Man, when Misfortune fires her guns like kick back all the way behind her head. How do you aim like that?
It will be really hard, right? She
I
obviously
know.
doesn't have much forearm strength.
I just wouldn't want to stand behind her. That's really dangerous to constantly point the guns back behind you.
I mean, you also shouldn't really be using two pistols at the same time if you want any semblance of accuracy.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of her ultimate, though, isn't it? You know, you just kind of spray and pray. Wait, that's a different ultimate. Wait, it used to be.
It's not an ultimate,
Not
though.
anymore, yeah. She just kind of rat-a-tats, if you will. You know, that commonly used phrase for when someone just shoots a bunch of bullets in one direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, if she can do that many bullets with two guns, I'm pretty sure she could do about the same with one gun, right? Because clearly we're
You'd think
not
so.
in the realm of reality at that point in time.
Well, let's pretend we are for a second. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Bang wishes he wasn't, though. There, Mad Life flashes for the knock up there. Wolf trying to keep his AD carry alive, but here comes the rest of CJ, Untara, and Bubbling coming down as well. Easy kill for CJ. Meanwhile, Sky takes out Bengi. Shane's in the sky to bring Daddy Lease right back down again. Duke trapped under turret. Gonna go Meganar at just the right time, but has to hop out anyway. Flash ultimate to push away Bubbling, but Duke is gonna get killed by CJ as well. Wolf forced to flash on the run. I gotta say, CJ has managed to put together a pretty good lead here in game 2.
Really delayed teleport again from
hello.
Wolf. Faker, though, coming in with a lot of damage. We'll take some in
Oh.
return from Sky.
It's time for the Faker show. Here comes Chaos Storm. Lamb's Respite's going to be running out soon. Wolf trying to give Faker the chance to get a kill or two, but he just can't do it.
Yeah, CJ taking control of this game, and I guess forgetting a little bit about the Kindred ultimate right there. You're not going to get burst down as long as Kindred is there. Meanwhile, Sky just remaining a bit elusive, and Faker going to be pushing up this lane. Untara's teleports on these ganks have been quite good. He's been in position, and the setup here from the wards from Mad Life has changed a lot about how this game has played out. Meanwhile,
Oh, Bengi.
Bengi on the old face check. Easy kill.
Yep. And then Duke, what do you do? 1v4 under the turret, gets that Meganar, but
Well,
not
he's
quite tanky enough.
He's also built full magic resist right now, so the damage
Oh, yeah.
from Kramer is pretty significant. You can see, of course, the Hex Drinker popping, but that is not going to do very much against the Essence Reaver, and it's been a lot about Mad Life this game, honestly. His setup has been good, and his warding has made a lot of these ganks possible.
Support carry is real. Sky having a much better game against Faker. Oop, ouch. Oh, he's okay. Didn't do damage after all.
We were worried there for a second, but
Yep.
no longer.
Nope, it's fine. Won't lose any sleep tonight now.
No turrets taken, though, so CJ, they have these 8 kills, but they only have a 2K gold lead at the moment. They do have that first dragon, but they haven't been able to transition into the most important objective right now, Bang.
Be able to soon.
Taking a lot of damage there from Kramer's Lucian.
Oh, this Misfortune just has not worked out yet for Bang.
But Doa, it won't matter because you get one good bullet time in the late game, and
It's true.
it'll just win you the game.
That's
So,
what Misfortune's all about. He's going to try it right now. Oh, I thought he was going to try it.
he's
going to
make it rain.
No. Oh, well. You think Nami would have an ability called Make It Rain instead of Misfortune? Really, really big mistake by the lore department there, I think.
You would have thought that if you can't have a cigar in Graves' mouth in League of Legends, that you shouldn't be able to have an ability called Make It Rain, but what do I know?
Hey, well, I mean, you probably wouldn't imagine you'd have rampant alcoholism either, but we've got that. Who knows? It's a fantasy environment. Everything's okay except for smoke. That's just way too far.
Only certain kinds of addictions are allowed.
That's right. Yep. I mean, you can be the living avatar of life and death, but smoking is just right out. Yeah.
Oh boy.
You can be a cow who dresses like someone who tortures cows to death for a living,
That is so messed up, by the way.
but you can't smoke.
We're back at this. Matador Alistair and
I know,
Cowboy
right?
Alistair. Wow.
Seriously.
Alistair is seriously messed up.
He's sadistic, man. Oh. Well, Faker trying his best to keep this lane push. I mean, the game really is on Faker's shoulders right now.
Yeah, it is, but again, SKT has such a powerful late game team fight that this small deficit that they've incurred right now is definitely not the end of the world for them. And CJ has to keep snowballing here because they just don't have that same AoE. They do have that strong pick potential still with LeBlanc and Kindred Burst, but getting caught in a Gnar ult and MF ult combo is going to be absolutely brutal. They choose to fight in the wrong situation.
Yeah. Taking a lot of damage on that mid lane turret. There's not a lot he can do about it.
Well, he could trade with his energy transfer, power transfer, whatever it's called.
Something transfer. Transfer student? No. That's not it at all.
He's only a student of the game, Doa.
It's true. He's a student of, what's it called? Techmaturgy?
I don't know.
I don't know what the kids are calling it these days. Whoa, Sky going back in, but Faker's ready for him. Drops that Gravity Storm, or Chaos Storm. I don't know what's going on anymore. let's just start making up names for abilities. Gets out. Kramer. Whoa. Bang nearly finds himself culled there.
And Kramer's been doing a very good job with his culling accuracy.
Yeah.
Consistently, massively chunking out Semat, but Duke has been methodically working away at the top turret here with all of his offensive items.
I mean, this is classic Duke, though, right? You know, you just dominate your lane, you get that turret, that unleashes you across the map. They do trade. CJ gets the bot turret, but Duke's certainly doing his part.
Yeah, he has to get more tanky stats now because he's still not going to be anywhere as useful in a team fight as Untara's Maokai is currently.
Yeah.
Faker slowly losing his grip over this mid lane. Sky able to consistently deal small amounts of chip damage to it.
If you make Victor lose his grip, that's pretty impressive because he's got 3 hands.
Yeah, it's a lot of grip, and one mechanical hand, which we assume has a lot of grip.
Yeah, or you just like put whatever they put on those football gloves on your hands so you can catch the ball really easy. I'm sure he's got that on his robot hand.
Has to catch his staff sometimes.
That's right. That's what I'd use. But in no way does that aid his catching to an unreasonable degree. You know, it's pure athleticism. Everyone knows that.
You could definitely make the same catches you could 50 years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why we see it all the time in the old footage. It's obvious. Tons of one-handed catches back then. That's a different game, Monty Cristo.
It is.
This is League of Legends.
Kramer back in the top side. We're seeing a bit of a swap right now. And Duke should be backing off momentarily. Does have the Dead Man's Plate, so that will be of immense use to him in future team fights. Kind of the item he needed to get rolling right here. Interestingly, Untara...
Say it might give him some momentum.
It will give him some undoubted momentum.
I'd say so, too. Well, Bang rotated down to the mid lane. They're going to try to help Faker push this up a little bit, but CJ's got some decent pressure on Baron. SKT, though, they're just waiting for that one major team fight. Could be Dragon time, too. What? Excuse me? Misfortune? Is
that wasn't really a joke.
Funny? Thanks. Thanks, Misfortune. I appreciate it.
Here we go.
Oh, teleport coming in. CJ wants to fight here. Untara immediately slowed down by that pillar from Wolf, though, and that really breaks it all up. Nice heads-up play from Wolf to make sure that Untara can't flank like CJ wants, and that may cost him a tower. Bang thinks it's hilarious.
I think that's Bengi, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that Elise? I thought that was
Elise.
Elise. All right. Where's Korean Lysandra when you need her?
banned, unfortunately, for us.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, Duke's gonna actually just save his CP right here, and that's the power of this Trundle-Victor combination, right? You just have so much disengage.
Yeah. Faker has to cleanse her.
Holy
Oh,
cow.
that's a bullet time. Luckily, Kindred has this ult that makes people not die, in case you're not familiar with that. But it's still going to be a turret for SK Telecom, and we'll see if they can back out and take a dragon off of this as well. Duke is going to be able to get the bot turret at the same time, and SKT suddenly coming alive here.
The zone control is absolutely crazy. When you talk about one of the strengths of support Trundle, it's absolutely just putting that pillar down next to a turret, which makes it virtually impossible to defend. And when you combine that with gravity field and a bullet time right over the top to discourage any attempt to defend a turret, makes it quite easy. And that teleport and the heads-up play defense there from SK Telecom means that they actually get 2 turrets in the end, so that's going to swing the gold right back into SKT's favor.
Yeah, good start for CJ, but SK Telecom not out of this one at all.
Let's take a look at that vacant rain, gravity field, and pillar.
Jeez.
Beautiful use of all 3 abilities. And that makes it quite easy just to push them off the turret, get the chunk damage they need.
Yep. A little bit of action in the top lane. Bubbling, making sure that they're able to claim that turret. Sky just really wants to fight Faker all day. Can't blame him.
I suppose not. Neither player the death though yet. And Faker just stacking up on some of this magic penetration right now. He's going to need it. The Abyssal and the Spirit Visage already done on this CJ. And Kindred here trying not to explode. Going for the magic resist path. I actually try to explode, not to explode. Oops, I messed it up. I try not to explode every day, Noah.
Me too.
I screwed up the joke.
In the morning when I wake up, I'm like, things I don't want to do today. Explode. That's one of them. Yep.
So,
great life goal.
Bang has the Infinity Edge right now, and since MF's ult itself can deal a lot of crit damage, getting a higher crit chance is pretty important.
Yep.
So that's going to be a nice power spike for her coming into this game. Frozen Heart now done for Untara, but that is, it's going to be helpful, but MF not really going to be reliant on auto attack speed in order to deal damage.
See from the vision right now, CJ really does not have a lot of knowledge about what's going on SKT's side of the map.
Yeah. I mean, SKT, they have the turret advantage right now. They can just play methodically and wait for late game objectives. The onus is more on CJ right now, who came out with that strong lead to continue to try and take out people, get those picks with the burst damage. Yep. Mid tower's low though, so we're gonna take a look at that right now. I think we're pretty fast.
Yeah, he's gonna get that way. Duke just doing the Duke thing. He's just doing what Duke does, just pushing a lane all day, every day. He'll show up when there's a fight. Maybe.
Maybe he will.
Probably. A high chance of Duke in the fight.
We're just gonna wait here. We saw Untara pick up a pretty quick distortion enchantment this game just to maximize the uptime on his teleport. But that last teleport failure and Duke's being up the entire time, he hasn't had a real chance to make the most use of it.
Yeah.
But distortion now done for Duke too.
Wolf drops the pillar. They may have caught Bubbling here. Bubbling, though, manages to get out just in time. Seemed to be a bit of a close call. You do need to watch out.
Going into SKT's jungle is not what CJ wants to do right now, unless they are very, very sure that no one is there because of the sheer amount of crowd control and choke control that SKT's composition has. And there are the spooky ghosts.
Yeah.
Fine Sky there, getting a little bit of a slowdown. And they'll clear those wards right out of the jungle and move down the mid lane.
And SKT putting a lot of pressure of their own. Gold is dead even right now.
Well, they can't really stop Duke. Duke is just going to continue to outpressure this Maokai with his current itemization. And
well, it's like we were saying earlier, you know, once he gets some tanky stats, you combine that with the higher damage that Nar has over this Maokai, and the range poking that he has. And yeah, I mean, Untara is just going to have a really hard time going 1v1.
Indeed. Some Bad Life now looking for a little bit more deep vision after it's taken away, but Bengi already clearing out that side. And now getting another lane swap here, so Duke going to be heading top. Bang just continuing to hold the mid lane alongside Faker. The wave clear quite good, so try and make a play onto Duke. Forces Duke flash and target a TP.
Yeah, coming in with that home guard, Duke could be in a little bit of trouble. Duke backing away, goes Meganar at just the right time. Can Wolf possibly cut them off with a pillar? Mad Life coming from the side though. Good flank, they're gonna go back in onto Wolf. Bengi locks up Untara with that cocoon. Mad Life with the flank from the side. Wolf gets knocked up. Faker getting in position to do a lot of damage. Bullet time shredding away at CJ. SKT needs the kills now. The ult used by Kindred as SKT gives chase. Can they get some kills? There's the execute for Bengi. Now the pillar slows down Maokai. Another one for SKT. Are they going to keep going, or are they just going to shift over to Baron now?
Untara has been great in these TPs during the laning phase, and that's something that you can learn how to do in solo queue. Remember, he hasn't had the most play on professional teams. He was in China for a little bit of time, but he wasn't ever on a starting roster in the LPL. And now what we're seeing is that some of his TPs later on just don't have that same effect because he comes in here, but look, Duke was already nearly Meganar with a bunch of tank items at this stage, and it's an easy rotation over from SK Telecom. Meanwhile, they just try and get in the backline. Mad Life tries to zone off Bang, but he punts Wolf in, and that means that everyone is now walking into bullet time from CJ because Bang held it until the CC was gone. And here, Bengi gonna come up, get tangled up in the minion wave, but will flash execute bubbling, and then Untara going to get slowed up by that pillar of ice. It's filth in this skin.
It used to be just a pillar of filth.
It was.
But you can't smoke. Well, you probably shouldn't smoke around a pillar of filth. It's probably flammable. That's good. Now
I know,
we know
it
the
looks
real
pretty
reason.
wet, so.
Well, maybe it's a flammable liquid.
Maybe it is.
Yeah. Never know. Bengi might get called here, no? Barely running out of that one.
So yeah, a bit of a misplay right there from CJ. And they're slowly losing their grip on this game. Certainly still winnable for them, but it gets easier and easier for SKT's composition as time goes on.
Sure does. You know, one thing we haven't talked about is that now that Trundle's popular again, this is really going to be the season where Cloud Templar has to confront the demons of his past, you know?
Actual Trundle picks.
He's going to have to face that Trundle a lot of games this season. It's going to be tough. But after 4 years, I think it's finally time. It's finally time, Cloud Templar.
The healing can begin.
Yep, that's right. This is closure for that Champions Winter game. Well, Wolf loses a lot of health, but SKT wants to push this anyway. TP coming in for Duke. Duke, almost Meganar, gets pushed away by Mad Life though, and not gonna be able to slow him. SKT though has a chance to do something. I don't know where really I'm gonna go with that one.
I was wondering myself.
I was thinking, well, maybe Baron, but I'm like, no, they can't really do Baron, so.
It was a good split of CJ on the retreat though, leaving Mad Life there, who is able to deal with the Gnar even as he goes into his mega form.
Yep.
But ultimately, they're not really going to be able to make a play. This will give Untara a nice timing window around his next teleport, should they try and use it. And odds are this means that SKT is just going to wait again for Duke's TP to come up and play around Baron vision as much as they can.
Yeah.
This mid lane turret still staying up for a surprisingly long time. We're 34 minutes into this game, and SKT has yet to lose their mid lane, and no tier 2s have gone down on either side.
Well, already getting into one of the longer games we've seen recently in League. Games have been pretty short overall, but with the nice job that CJ did early on in the game with the comeback that SK Telecom has had to make, it's turned into a pretty even late game.
Has. But again, CJ just really struggling to push past the MF Victor wave clear to take this very necessary objective, and it's really harming their ability to control Baron at this stage, because Baron can be done very quickly in the late game right now, and the fact that that mid lane turret hasn't gone down yet for SK Telecom means that they have an unusual amount of Baron pressure and vision control at Baron at this stage of the game. This is something that you almost never see in a game of LoL.
Yeah. But SKT needs to really respect CJ's team. Needs to respect the composition. Madlife has been playing really well this game.
Yeah, if CJ wins, he's almost certainly going to be the MVP with some of those early setups, although Untara did do a good job early, but is starting, I think, to fall a bit behind now and show some shakiness when it comes to coordinating TPs with the rest of his team.
Madlife has been good all game, you know, right down to that gank early on where he punted Wolf right out from under the turret.
Well, you see how defensively SKT is playing. They've got a slow wave developing, a slow push rather in the top side, and meanwhile Duke pushed up even without that TP, but everyone else just hugging that mid lane turret right now. So they're making it so Untara will lose a turret if he leaves, and there's not an excellent play to be made. They don't have very many deep wards in the enemy jungle, simply because that vision has been controlled by SKT in the river. So this is just SKT playing a waiting game right now, intelligently. This is where they want to be and what they want to do.
Finally going to get some damage done on this mid lane tier 2. Kramer scared away by that pillar. I wouldn't want to be next to it either. Drops a culling. The turret's still going to go down. Can CJ fight this though? Duke just left Meganar stage, and here comes Bubbly and Untara from the side. SKT could be in trouble. Bangy kind of trapped in the middle. Bullet time over the top, not doing a lot of damage, and Bang has to go on the run now. Untara needs to be careful though, getting low, and Bubbling on the outside of the fight, not doing a whole lot. Faker just runs through the middle of everyone, turns around to lay down some damage, and Bubbling on his own. That's not going to work out, and now Kramer trying to fight for his life, gets pulled back in with the Meganar ult. And SKT somehow, some way turns that fight around.
Huge priority on Faker right there. We did see Sky try and come in and burst him down, nearly one-shots him, but can't quite get the kill. Faker barely surviving with the help of his 2 summoners, and then Bubbling also overcommitting with the Lamb's Respite through the middle of the team fight. And that made a very big difference. Sky now going to try and get some kills here,
well,
if he can, but Faker now coming back with full HP, and they're going to start this Baron.
Whoa, Sky being pretty brave going into the Baron pit to poke like that. Looks like they're going to get the Baron though. SKT claims it, but how much can they get out of it? They got a nice gold lead out of the last couple minutes. Let's watch that fight again.
I mean, they thought they had this up. Duke was not in Meganar form. It had just dropped out. Madlife does a really good job of dealing with Faker. And Sky just a little bit late to this fight. However, a lot of those items down, entire abilities down rather, by the time he gets there. Faker now just using the back line very, very well and face of the mountain to survive that fight. Great reflexes from Wolf. And you see Kramer bottled up here by the Trundle Pillar and then quickly executed by 4 members. So they've gotten Faker, maybe have been a little bit different, but odds are SKT still wins that. But as it is, big overcommitment into that back line.
Yep. SKT picks up their 3rd dragon of the game though, after everything is said and done. And Untara with that recall may have left this turret in a bit of a vulnerable place, as SKT is right about to put some pressure onto it with Baron. They're just going to have to give it up.
Yeah, they're going to have to give up quite a bit at this stage.
I'd say so. Wow, Bubbling caught by that cocoon. Has to drop the Kindred ult just to stay alive. But he's out of the fight for the moment.
Sky's still going to be doing a lot of damage though. Bengi taking the...
Whoa!
Oh!
Speaking of a lot of damage, Nar takes out a turret up at top in the meantime. Duke's still pushing by himself.
Thunderlords is pretty good.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Thunderlords, I'd call it a keystone mastery. Maybe a cornerstone mastery.
Effectively, yes. We're not going to see too many picks not using that keystone. So, everybody backing off for the moment though. They don't actually crack the base at the end of that little fight.
Yeah, but they do everything but, so they really do have all the pressure right now, and a good amount of vision too on CJ's side of the map.
Yeah, they can just push right up again. They're going to use Duke on the side lane and just try and siege this mid down. Duke still with the TP edge, Bubbling, making a massive chunk from MF.
Duke still just doing Duke things. Got that turret really low already. SKT is going to rotate down. Sky coming from behind, draws a death ray out of Faker. They're going to get the turret though. Duke coming in. Do they have the ult? Whoa, Mad Life getting the back lines. Bang, forced to cleanse out of that one. Mad Life back away. There's a bullet time, keeping the rest of CJ away. Base of the mountain used on Bang rather. SKT continues to push into the base. That's going to be an easy inhibitor. And at this point, you really have to wonder if there's anything that CJ can do to stay in this game.
Well, probably not. Again, CJ had that advantage early. They did much better than the last game in terms of playing out their composition, but trying to beat this composition that SKT is running in a late game scenario when you don't have a large advantage is incredibly challenging.
Well, 4 turrets and 2 inhibitors is the count from that Baron. Really doesn't get much better than that unless you win the game outright.
Big power play for sure.
Oh yeah. Duke finishing up that Mauve Malmortius finally.
That's what he needed, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's got the Thorn Mail, he's got the Stair's Gauge, he's got...
Just rocking the 6-item build, man.
Yep, a lot of tanky stuff, a little bit of damage. The Gnar way.
Yeah, this Maokai stats getting pretty much entirely stolen by this Trundle too is a big problem with the amount of damage that SKT has.
Yeah.
Maokai not going to be doing a whole lot. Well, Luden's actually completed now on Sky. It's not an item that you see on too many mid laners these days, but
I think he's just trying to get as much poke damage as he possibly can get, you know? I mean, it's really on him to soften up SKT for the fight that CJ knows they're going to need to take. Any damage is good.
Again, methodical closure from SK Telecom here. Like we saw last game. Gonna take all 3 inhibitors before trying to deal the killing blow, and Tara's going for the Hail Mary.
Yeah, trying to come in from behind. Mad Life dives into the team in the meantime. Wow, Bubbling already nearly taken down. Bullet time comes in for Bang again, softening up CJ. Wow, Faker with the damage though. Thunderlord just lights up Kramer. Duke diving in the back now. Mad Life gets a big pulverize, but no one's there to capitalize on it. Faker with the double. By Tara. Faker with the triple kill. That's going to be it. They're going to take out the last inhibitor turret, take out the last inhibitor. Frustration on the faces of the CJ players, but SKT is back, guys. And you got to wonder, I'm going to say it right now, SKT wins Season 6 Worlds. I think the sample size is large enough for me. GG.
Very impressive game from SK Telecom, especially game 1. They did show a few more faults in game number 2, particularly with Duke's TP responses, which, again, we know is a problem with him as a player.
Yeah.
He didn't follow Intara that well and allowed CJ some openings for some nice dives, but in the end, he played out the split push, got the turrets, got his team back into the game, and with that big combo that SKT can pull off and the huge amount of zone control in those team fights, SKT puts it together, and that's going to be a 2-0 for them in their first series over CJ Entus.
Yeah, solid showing by SK Telecom. Duke looking like a pretty solid addition to the squad. We kind of thought he would be, but already gelling pretty nicely with the team. And everything else, you know, for the other 4 remaining members of SKT from that Season 5 World Championship team, par for the course. Just another day at the office for these guys.
That's right, and we'll see CJ. They have a deep roster this season. They have a couple very important new rookies who are going to be able to play professionally within the next couple of months. So they've got a lot of tools to use. This is a rebuilding season for them for sure.
Yeah, looked okay too in their second game in the beginning. Don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, it's going to be KT Rolster versus the Afrika Freaks, formerly known as Anarchy. Should be pretty fun, guys. So we'll see you in just a few.
up next, Africa Freaks, AT Rolster, 2016 Hokakon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring, Round 1.
지난해 롤챔스는 혼동구 자체였죠.
2014 시즌에 활약했었던 뛰어난 선수들과 유망주들이 해외로 대거 진출하면서 롤챔스는 위기에 빠졌다라는 얘기가 나오기 시작했죠.
진짜 충격적인 어떤 그런 상황이었던 것 같아요. 말 그대로 혼돈, 혼란. 앞으로 어떻게 되는 거지?
그리고 이런 얘기 나올 만했죠. 이제 한국의 독주는 끝났다.
하지만 예상은 보기 좋게 빗나갔죠.
너무 잘하더라고요. 롤챔스는 여전히 롤챔스였고 오히려 더 강해졌습니다.
여러 우여곡절이 있었지만 롤드컵 결승에 당당히 올라선 두 팀은 한국 팀들이었습니다.
사실 어느 팀이 강할지 잘 모르겠어요. 보시는 시청자분들 또한 마찬가지가 아닐까.
2016년도 역시 여러분께 감동과 짜릿함을 선사해 드릴 거라 믿습니다.
Find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world.
And welcome back to Champion Spring. Faker once again with the MVP here in our first match. And look at that, 480 gold per minute, 100% contribution to kill.
Okay, let's talk about Faker, who got a double MVP here. Some stats for you. Faker, over 2 games, 15, 0, and 15, contributing to 30 out of 34 kills across these 2 games. So,
Wow.
Still got the magic, man.
I think so. Yeah, winning the World Championship again hasn't slowed this guy down at all.
You see, and he was really the rock as a lot of his side lanes struggled right here in the early game of game number 2, but
yeah, he carried.
Certainly did. And you see some fast mechanics here on the outside as he comes in, and Sky comes and tries to deal with him right here. Nearly one-shots him, but
So fast.
does manage to flash heal his way out of that and turn the fight around in the end.
Yep. Bubbling gives it a try too, and a nice play from Duke here to scoop Kramer right back into the enemy team. Oh well. You can always go hang out with Jerry and Elaine, right?
I guess you can. You see Bubbling right here, trying to use the Lamb's Respite. Does manage to get out, but Duke finds him on the other side of the fight, and Faker just powering through right now as he walks forward and secures a triple for himself. Taro being that last kill.
Wow. It really is incredible what Faker's been able to do over the course of his career, and we'll see what he can accomplish in 2016. It's time to move in to our MVP interview, and it's of course with the one and only Faker, and Robin will be translating for us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Toa. Spring 16 LCK has started. Let's get into the first interview of the year. SK Telecom, within the tension today, they took the first victory of the season. And let's meet the double MVP of today, Faker. Congratulations. You took both MVPs in the first match of the season. How do you feel? I didn't really care about the MVP because it was the opening match, but the match turned out very well for me, so I'm very happy. Now, CJ had a lot of new players this season. Was it difficult to analyze them? We actually did have some trouble trying to get a grasp of how they would play. So we just said, let's just play as we normally do and see how it plays out. And it turned out well for us. Now, you Harvard Zed and teased your fans in the second match. Were you trying to play him? Yeah, I was actually considering picking Zed a lot, but we decided that we liked some magic damage. That's why I took Corki in the first game. It it seemed that your opponent today, CJ Sky, was pretty nervous because it was his first professional match and he was going against the Faker. How did you feel he fared today?
사실 저희가 CJ랑 스크림을 예전에 그 바뀐 뒤로 한번 했었는데
Yeah, we scrimmed CJ once after the team changed, and he was really good in the scrims.
약간 긴장했던지 원래
So yeah, I definitely think that his nerves kind of kicked in today, and that held him down a little bit.
1세트가 22대 1이었어요. 스코어가 정말 압도적으로.
The first game was 22-2 in scores.
뱅 선수였거든요. 뭐라고 하던가요?
So and Bang was the only person that died that game. And did he complain within the booth?
제가 게임에서 제일 많이 죽는데
Normally I die the most within the games,
이번에 오랜만에 제일 많이 죽었거든요. 그래서
but Bang today, it's been a while since he died the most.
했다고 좀 장난을 치려고 했었는데
Yeah, I was gonna pick on him a little bit, but he wasn't feeling well after the deaths, so I decided not to.
그렇게까지 나쁘진 않았던 것 같아요, 조직이.
또 팀원의 표정을 세심하게 살피면서 그렇게 했던 것 같은데 사실 SKT는 지난 2013년에 정점을 찍었고 2014년에는
SKT peaked in 2013. They had a downfall in 2014. In 2015, they did well again. So based on the trend, should you not be doing well this year?
우승하고 나서 좀 마음이 안 이랬던지 다음 해 좀 안 좋은
I think I got a little bit complacent after my victory in 2013.
같은 그런 실수를 반복하지 않기 위해서
And in order not to repeat that same mistake, I will be trying harder, and I'll be focusing more on the games. Now, regarding set 2.
그럼에도 불구하고 이길 수 있었던 게 아마 SKT의 노련함 때문이 아닌가 하는 생각이 들었는데.
So you had a shaky beginning, but despite that, you took a victory. So was that because of SKT's
자신감이 있고 특히 후반 가면 별로
confidence in the game?
하지 않기 때문에 초반에 불리해도 괜찮다고 생각했었고.
Yeah, I had Victor over LeBlanc, and I think Victor is more useful late game than LeBlanc is, so I was very confident in that.
그렇게 어렵지 않았기 때문에 제가 잘 풀어나갈 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, and I was able to take out the victory pretty decently. The Duke is your new top laner, and how is the atmosphere within the team with him?
들어오면서 저희 팀이 약간 색깔이 바뀌고
Our team colors definitely changed a little bit since Duke joined us.
탑 위주로 플레이하는 경향이 많았었는데 호성이 형이 들어오고 나서는 좀 다른 플레이 스타일.
So with Marin, we played mostly focused on top, and now with Duke, we can play a lot of different play styles as well.
호성이 형이 들어와도 저희 팀은 아직 강한 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think our team is still very strong, even with Duke over Marin. Final question for you. Do you have anything you say to the fans after the first opening game?
새해 복 많이 받으시고
Happy New Year.
올해도 잘하는 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Yeah, I'll try to show you my best performance this year as well. Back to you, Monty and Doan.
All right, thanks for the translating, Robin. And how about that? Faker with yet another double MVP, starting off 2016 pretty strong.
Yeah, to say the least. You know, it's nice to start off a season where you don't die in a best of 3 and you have a 30 KDA, and
That's pretty good.
so it's all right.
I think I'd be satisfied with that. Yeah, not too bad. Well, I mean, you heard him say, too, he felt that he got complacent after their first World Championship win back in 2013. I think that was pretty obvious. We all saw that. That's not going to happen this time, apparently. A very, very strong showing for SKT. Admittedly, against a CJ team that's rebuilding, we're going to have to see what they can do against other teams in the league, but strong start's a strong start.
I mean, realistically, I think if you're CJ right now, you're probably splitting your scrim time between your current starters of Sky and Kramer and the starters you're hoping to have in about 6 weeks, which are BDD and Ghost. So it's probably just going to be them coasting for a little bit, seeing what they can pull off. In the meantime, not a lot of expectations, but, you know, they did play well in Game 2, at least in the early game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they kind of gave SKT a run for their money, and it really did come down to Faker to be the carry that they need him to be. So, interesting series. Good start by SKT, but a glimmer of hope, I would say, for the CJ fans as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, again, it's going to be very interesting to see where CJ goes over the course of this
Right.
year. Once a lot of these more raw players get some experience, Bubbling in particular looked like he was overemphasizing bot lane ganks even when they weren't really possible, led to some pathing errors. But these are things that he'll probably learn from very quickly.
And the thing is, too, is CJ has those veterans on the team. They've still got Mad Life in the support role. They've still got him kind of keeping everybody calm in the booth. And if Shy steps in, he'll kind of provide that, too. But it looks like it's going to be pretty much Mad Life going forward as far as the one who's the veteran in the booth with these guys.
Yeah, as long as Shy seems to be taking a little bit more of a break, playing more of a support role on this team.
Yeah.
At least for the moment. Shy was having some, wrist issues towards the end of last season.
He
so
was.
I think he might just need a little bit of time off, but he may make a return as well. But
Yeah.
I think Untara did pretty well, at least for his first series.
I mean, when OGN asked Shy about the coming season, he said, I'm currently taking a rest. I'm just helping out the other players. So, yeah, we probably aren't going to really see him a whole lot early on, but I guess you need to give these new guys time to develop,
Sure, absolutely.
Shy just can't be playing all the time.
I guess he can.
Mad Life can, but Shy can't do that. Well, it's time to move on to our second match of the day, guys. It's going to be a good one, too. And we're going to start out with a new team with some old faces. It's the Africa Freaks, formerly known as Anarchy. Well, that's a powerful pose there on the left. Whoa, flex it.
I love it.
And yeah, so this is Team Anarchy. Some familiar faces there. Iksu, Lyra, Mickey, Songyun, and Snowflower. They got picked up by a very popular streaming service here in Korea, Africa TV. And here they are.
Yeah, and they're going to be running with the same lineup as last season. They've added a couple more subs, one in the jungle, Songhwan, not to be confused with Jin Air's top laner, Solwan.
That would never happen. How
And
could anyone get that confused?
Linderong, their mid substitute, but with Mickey's strength, probably not going to be seeing a whole lot of him.
Mickey, really one of the bright spots on Anarchy last season, a really powerful mid laner, so we'll see how he's developed in the offseason. We've been hearing interesting things about this team, hearing interesting things about scrim results within Korea.
Yeah, also Songyun has climbed up the ladder quite high.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stadium, a semifinal team from the World Championships in Season 5. It's KT Rolster. A little bit of a difference here.
Quarterfinal team, though.
Quarterfinal team, is that true?
Yep. They did get beat by the now Rocks Tigers in the quarterfinals.
I suppose that's true. Oh well, or they're a semifinal team in your heart. So not me. Someday Score Fly now in the mid lane, replacing Nagne. Arrow and Hachani is back. They've got Ignar, who is arguably a better support player in a lot of people's opinions. But for now, we're going to go back with Hachani, I guess.
Well, during the matchup draw, KT said they were going to play Hachani because he used to coach Anarchy.
That is
so
true.
They are putting him in as a little bit, I think, of a vengeance matchup here. Arrow and Hachani, of course, champions winners in that bottom lane on the KT Arrows. Hachani, famous for his face checking and dying ways. We'll see if he has remedied some of his old problems. And Fly coming back to Korea is very interesting. He was originally picked up by Invictus Gaming IG alongside Save, but then IG decided that they could get Rookie and Kakao, and so he was shifted onto the LSPL team Young Glory, and now he's back in Korea. This is a guy who had looking like a strong upcoming mid laner when he played on the Jin Air Stealths back in 2014. Took a year in China. Now he's back, and a lot of people are saying very good things about Fly and the rest of KT in the scrim environment. There's a lot of rumors about how good this team is right now.
Yeah.
Up there with the Tigers and with SKT.
Well, it has been said that they're the best team out there at the moment, but we'll see what happens. There's a big difference, obviously, between scrim results and tournament results, but I'm hoping to see a lot here, and I'm really hoping we see a good showing out of the Freaks as well. Are you ready for the Freak Show, Monte Cristo?
I am ready for the Freak Show. And it's nice to see this team that was originally and very interestingly built around popular streamers. Songyun and Snowflower are a very famous duo streamer combination.
Yeah.
And that's how they got their original fame. And I was unsure whether they were going to be more competitively oriented or more stream oriented. And in fact, they got actually title sponsored by their streaming platform. But they've been really shooting up, especially Songyun, in terms of those solo queue results. And they're looking pretty powerful.
And they did basically pick up some of the coaching staff from CJ as well, too. So they've got an experienced coaching staff, not maybe a staff that people would say is the best out there, but they've got a lot of knowledge at least.
Yeah, there he is, Coach Kong, moving from CJ over to Africa.
Yep, that's right.
KT rocking the new uniforms for the new season.
What do you think of those new uniforms? I'm like kind of like
I like the
lukewarm
black.
on those.
I like the black ones better.
Yeah, I think those look better too. Well, it's time for picks and bans between Africa Freaks and KT Rolster here in our first game of Match 2. Should be pretty great if the players load into the lobby. But they will. Don't worry. There we go. Lulu ban. Okay.
All right. So Africa not wanting to pick up first pick Lulu, and considering Mickey's champion pool, he is overwhelmingly an assassin player. We've seen so many bans of TF, which we're going to see here in Zed against this guy in the past, is already also a force to be reckoned with. And this is a great meta for Mickey. These are all very viable picks at the current time.
It really is. I mean, we saw Faker hover over that Zed, but Mickey, I would say, is pretty likely going to pick it if you leave it open for him.
Yeah, there's the Zed ban. I'm actually surprised that KT would ban out TF just because Fly has always been a great TF player himself, and it was one of the Jin Air Stealth's more dominant picks in 2014.
You wouldn't worry about it really being a first pick by the Freaks either.
No, you wouldn't.
Interesting.
So banning it on red side's a little weird, but it's okay. Apparently Fly has more tricks up his sleeve. GP and the last ban will be Rise. Seeing a lot of the same bans.
All mid lane bans so far. Well, arguably GP could be up at the top, but
yeah, Lulu could be too.
I suppose.
Depending on how you want it. And so
Rise
could
Rise. All right, never mind. Forget everything I just said. We're
it's
just
a lot of
flex
bans, and that's going to be Thresh. Snowflower, a Thresh specialist, and in the first season that we saw Anarchy play, we saw a lot of mid lane roams for Snowflower, and if Anarchy was going to win games, it was often because Snowflower would walk into the mid lane and feed Mickey with Thresh.
It's true. What's the first pick going to be, though? Some strong picks out there. Tom Kench, of course. MF available. Lissandra available. And that's going to be the first pick for Africa Freaks.
Yeah, it's difficult to say where this is going to go. I guess it's going to Ixu, but we'll have to wait and see. Ixu playing a lot of Hecarim in his first season. Not as viable of a pick these days. Still usable, but not exactly top tier. And Arrow could be going for a very early Lucian grab here. MF up, Ezreal up. We haven't seen any Ezreal yet, despite no bans or picks in the first two games, I should say, of our first series of the day. And now
that's a good point. Ezreal's really strong right now.
Fiora, much better, I think, first pick right here.
Fiora and Elise, the picks there.
So Score going with a crowd control jungler. Typically, that's been Score's area of expertise, but in this current meta, KT's very interesting because Score, of course, is an old AD carry player, so when we have champions available like Kindred and Graves to play, you would think you would be pretty damn good on some of these ranged AD junglers.
Well, I would love to see some Graves jungle. I don't think we're going to see any Quinn. Got a little bit of a nerf.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. But Kalista, Rek'Sai would not be too surprising. Mickey on Fizz also would not be too surprising.
Yeah, probably
this is going to be surprising.
You're probably not going to blind pick the Fizz, though. So Lyra, long a Gragas expert, and the Alistair, a likely first pick when you want to flex that Lissandra and have perhaps less tanky solo lanes. Could go for the Bard here.
All right, the Bard pickup. Nice.
So Bard Kalista.
Yep.
Next round of the draft.
What do you think about a champion like Braum right now? Certainly fits into the tanky meta, I suppose, but
you're not really going to be blocking much, though.
That's the thing.
That's showing right now from Africa, and you're going to take AD support here because, especially when you're playing against Mickey, you don't want him to get a counter pick because he is so mechanically talented.
Yeah. Now Lucian locked in for Arrow.
So LeBlanc, another Mickey specialty, and I would assume that is actually going to be his blind pick in the next round of the draft, unless he has something new prepared.
Well, maybe we'll see some Shaco at some point in the future, but yeah, but not right now. I don't know about this Braum. I mean, Lucian Braum is a classic.
Yeah, it's very strong lane. Also, okay,
ooh,
Shen.
Shen, okay.
So Shen support.
Yeah, still around, still good.
stacking up on some of these globals.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen Mickey in a while, but LeBlanc would be the most likely pick for him based on the information that we have from his play in previous seasons, but could go for a Victor. He did try and branch out into non-assassins later on in Champion Summer to mixed success.
Now, Lyra's Rek'Sai was pretty decent.
Yeah.
If you're going to pick a champion that you're going to feel comfortable putting Lyra on, Rek'Sai is definitely going to be one of them. There is a LeBlanc pick for Mickey.
Not really a surprise. It's a Mickey pick, it's a good blind pick.
Yep.
And that could lead to Fly trying to run with a Kassadin in the mid lane, able to efficiently trade with the help of the magic shield on his Q.
But will he sing while he's doing it? That's the question.
Is known for singing on stream, this is true.
He's got a lovely voice. Victor.
We saw this matchup last game.
Yeah, we did.
Power transfer able to provide enough of a shield to deal with LeBlanc's burst, especially if you go for that earlier Abyssal Scepter, but having that Kassadin and the roam potential it brings and the ability to easily play with teleport, I think would be pretty valuable. Kind of flipping back and forth right here. Could set up a strong 1-3-1 with the Kassadin and the Fiora.
Would you say that Victor is a bit safer pick, though? Ooh. Wow, Lux would be cool.
Whoa!
Whoa! All right, it is cool. Lux taken by Fly.
Wow, into LeBlanc, too. Does have the shield. There have been a lot of players saying that Lux is strong with Frost Queen's claim because you could provide a lot of slow for your team and set up your laser.
Yeah, that's true. And you can also escape ganks a bit better, which is something Lux always had an issue doing.
It's really hard to play Lux unless you have a counter pick, though, because she can get wrecked by a lot of all-in assassin mid laners. So this is pretty much a red side strategy. I mean, I'm sure many of you know that trying to play Lux against Fizz is a nightmare.
I mean, the other part of it, too, is that, of course, you know, with Thunderlords, you just have that much more burst out of your combo, which
That's
is making,
absolutely right.
making champions like Lux and Vel'Koz as well come back a little bit more than we've seen in the past.
Very interesting. This is the first time we're going to have Lux in quite some time. Frozen, of course, probably the last one to play Lux.
Yeah, probably. I like it. Cool. We're getting to see some unique stuff. And Snowflower's Bard as well.
A very good poke coming in from KT this game with Lux and Lucian. Nice ability to siege these turrets in a 4-1 split. Meanwhile, a lot of burst damage from Africa.
That's right. We'll see if the Africa Freaks can get a win in their first game with their new sponsor, or if KT Rolster, the team everyone's talking about right now within the Korean scene, can prove their strength. Let's get into game number 1 and find out. Would you want to rule the world, Monte Cristo?
I already rule the world of esports, Noah.
But what about the whole world? I'll rule that part. I'll take that part.
Great.
No worries.
Now we have to watch Street Sharks on TV again.
I don't like Street Sharks.
The Street Sharks movie.
I just want to bring the people that made that to justice. That's my platform right there. I don't like Street Sharks. It just scarred me emotionally as a child. Yeah. It didn't have the deep philosophical stretch that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had, you know?
Can you bring Dino Riders back at least?
Yeah, Dino Riders was awesome. But let's talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for a second. This is a good chance, because the thing about Turtles is that it had a deeply philosophical angle to it. Let's look at Krang for a second, right? From Dimension X, right? The brain in the big robot body. It really symbolizes growing up, right? Because sometimes as an adult, you feel like a brain from another dimension trapped in the body of a large man. You don't really know what to do with it. You want to, it makes
Noah, this is not a counseling session for you.
You're expected to take over the world, but you just want to make friends with, like Bebop and Rocksteady. Sometimes Baxter Stockman, but that's just how it is.
And also, Robotic Samurai.
Well, I mean, Shredder's kind of like your puppet, really. I mean, Krang was the guy in charge, but I'm just saying, Street Sharks had none of that.
I mean, this is a very interesting Freudian projection we have going on here, Noah. That's all I have to say about this.
I think it's fairly obvious that this was the original intent of Eastman and Laird, when they penned the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comics in the late 80s.
All right, well, I look forward to more of your complex emotional theories.
I'm working on a 2-hour presentation that I'll give it some university, no doubt. I've been entertaining, MIT, Yale. I've gotten some offers. I'm still shopping around.
MIT, really? They're interested in your
Yeah,
your philosophy
they're
lecture.
They're so interested. Because, they're building robots with more emotions these days, and they want to think about it.
Robotic ethics, with
Yeah.
Professor Doa.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to, take the torch that Isaac Asimov has offered the world,
I look forward to your first sci-fi short stories then.
Working on it. Well, looks like we're back in game, guys. I didn't even notice there was a pause.
I believe you.
So a pretty safe start by both of these teams. No crazy strats, but it's all about what Fly can do on this Lux. I'm really curious to see if he's just going to get destroyed or if he's actually got something good planned here.
Well, he has Cleanse, but
Good start.
I mean, Lux has very low HP, and trying to play Lux against Lysandra and LeBlanc is bold, to say the least. There are a lot of ways a Lux can die in that particular situation.
See, this is all part of the Hachani effect, right? He's like, we got to prove that we're like so good, guys, so you pick Lux.
They do
I'll
have
pick
Shen.
Thresh.
They do have Shen.
Hey, at least when he charges into a brush, he'll be taunting whoever he meets.
That's true.
He's got that going for him.
It's true.
That's not going to get annoying at all. Oh, boy.
I like how Lux's laugh is equally annoying in Korean and in English.
It's true. Usually you've got a difference between regions, but Lux is pretty universal. Yeah.
All right, late swap is going to be coming through. We'll see
Ooh.
KT transition into that top side.
It's that Thunderlords, man.
Yes.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, follow-up damage from Lux if she does hit her Lucent Singularity with Thunderlords, and you get the proc from your passive too on your auto, so it could be not insignificant. And it's time for Korean Lysandra.
She's back. Oh yeah.
And now she has blue buff for even more spam. Johnny,
Johnny,
saying hi
how you doing,
to
buddy?
African Freaks as they start jungling on their weak side.
A very obvious ninja, as we know Shen is wont to be.
He's a samurai here.
Oh, you're right. All right. And you love this Bard skin, don't you? Do you? No, that was Papa Smith.
I was like, I don't remember ever saying anything about this Bard skin.
He does. He loves this Bard skin.
He loves the Snow Day Bard skin.
He does.
What's so great about it?
Well, he says, and I know he's listening right now, so anything I say is absolutely what he said, and you can't question it. But he says that the W, the healing little thing, healing package, yeah, it's Bard's package. But when the package gets bigger, it's easier to see. So you don't have people grabbing the package before it's ready.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I like his reasoning. I thought it was gonna be like, I like Snow Day stuff.
It's a real game read. And he's from Australia. He doesn't know what snow days are like. What are you talking about? Wow, early fast push from KT. Going to take down this top turret that they're going to trade right over with the Afrika Freaks. Look at those freaks taking that turret.
Interesting that they're 4-man pushing here instead of Score actually going through and taking the Gromp. But since they did start on the weak side and they weren't punished, it does create a few more issues. Someday there for the solo gold. We'll see what Africa does on the bottom side.
So basically, when Bard's W package is ready now, it gets like a little candy cane in the cup of hot cocoa, I would assume.
Okay. I prefer to think of it as my favorite Christmas drink. It's well, maybe you wouldn't put a candy cane in it, but mulled wine. How about some like whiskey in your hot cocoa?
Dude, well I make mulled wine every winter.
Yeah.
I added some rum to it this year. It turned out really well.
Yeah, rubber brandy is high quality in mulled wine.
Yeah, that's great. Drink responsibility. Or
I don't think you've been drinking responsibly tonight.
I should. Well, okay. Screw that one up. Oh well. Time for magical journey. I mean, if you're gonna
that's
try
my new favorite expression, by the way.
I'm trying to call this fight in the mid lane. Don't distract me.
Really, you're just distracting yourself.
No, not at all. That's impossible. Wow, we're just going to keep trading turrets apparently this game.
Yeah, players and teams have gotten so good at kind of pushing top laners off and top laners trying to take the safe approach and not getting dove that you're just going to see a lot of this these days, which is if there's a lane swap, it usually results in this, which is both outer turrets going down on both sides of the map within the first 5 to 7 minutes of the game.
Interesting. Sandra, come on. Tone it down a bit.
Pings now onto the Dragon. The score will be taking a look at that objective pretty quickly here.
Now, Afrika Freaks were not able to get that top lane turret yet. They'll get it.
Score's having some trouble here, actually, leashing his spiderlings. There we go. Yeah, he needs to be careful. This is really early to try and take a solo dragon. Chani and Someday are going to be helping him out in the end, but he ate a lot of damage. The Dragon didn't want to actually attack the spiderlings for a little bit, but they're going to get it very safely. Counterplay, and Score's going to get the final attack off, and Mickey clearing waves right at his turret, and we are going to see a quick Frost Queen's claim onto Fly.
Yeah, finishing that Frost Fang already, and he will be going for that. And I think this is really cool that you have mid laners that can build this now. Oh, and the Rift Herald actually getting taken by the Freaks.
For the first time.
Yeah.
In Champion Spring.
Wow. He's like, I wanted to live longer than this. Who's going to get it? I'm going to give it over to Songyun, giving him that buff. Basically a mini Baron buff for one person.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to be very helpful. They're going to try and use it to take a tier 2 because they have the wave pushed up, and here comes Sachani.
Checking that bush, just like we know he does. Doing a little bit of damage to Lyra. In fact, Achani's going to try to get away. Ixu over the wall tries to get the stun, but it's enough. First blood for the Afrika Freaks, and it came from Achani face-checking a bush. Wow.
He hasn't changed at all.
Well, no, everything has stayed exactly the same.
Yeah, and you know, they didn't know about their play onto the Rift Herald, but they also didn't have any vision in that side of the jungle, and the wave was pushed up without knowledge of 3 members of the Freaks, so bit of a bold play and not going to pay off. So first blood taken by Ixu on the flash, but again, they're not really able to do much with the Rift Herald. You can't really push the mid lane tier 1 up against Lux with this Callista LeBlanc combo so early. They have very little siege potential with this composition. The Freaks are pretty much going to have to dive, or they're going to have to burst someone down very quickly, get some picks, because trying to siege with Callista LeBlanc Lysandra is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Siege potential from KT with Lucian and Lux and their ability to poke from a distance is significantly stronger.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, if you can't siege, your siege comp isn't going to do you a lot of good. So don't they have to do something about the pressure here from the Freaks?
They still have Fiora here for the split push, and the burst damage once we see the late game arrive and KT actually has a lot of defensive items, the burst from Lysandra and the threat from Lysandra LeBlanc is going to go way, way down, especially when QSS starts to come through. So it's just a waiting game really for KT. There's no rush for them with this composition because there simply isn't a lot of sustained damage on Afrika. This is a nice push coming through using that Herald buff.
Yeah, no kidding. A lot of damage onto that tier 2. And I gotta say, I feel like this is a strategy we haven't seen for a while. Whoa, meanwhile, duel in the mid lane. Fly nearly takes down Mickey. That was close.
Very, very close on the combo.
And with a little bit more item power, I think that's gonna be a combo that finishes off Mickey pretty quick.
Yeah, I had actually heard of Lux coming back, but I hadn't actually seen it yet. So I know some players.
Now.
I am seeing it now. You can see how much burst damage that can do.
Yeah, man. Ixu just holding down the mid lane for the moment. Free in Lysandra. And we're waiting for Someday to come alive. You know, obviously, back at Worlds, Someday had a pretty great showing up until he ran into Smeb's Fiora. But before that, Someday had a huge impact in KT's games.
Yeah, especially on Darius. It's probably his most impressive single pick of the World Championship, seeing what he could do with that. But he definitely did struggle against Smeb in that quarterfinal matchup. A little bit underwhelming.
Yep.
Which was a surprise. He came out of that summer season as the regular season MVP, actually beating out Faker right at the end, and playing 13 different champions over that entire season. So just a remarkable amount of diversity, and couldn't quite cope with the pressure, it seemed like, in the quarterfinals.
That's really what it did seem like it came down to. It's just the emotional instability. And even though Sunday's a bit of a veteran in the league itself, he still isn't the oldest player. He's pretty young overall.
Well, he started playing when he was 16,
Yeah.
I believe, professionally. So this was before there were rules about being 17 in place here in Korea. So he started out very, very young and has been now on KT for the entirety of his career and grown as a player into a real carry threat in this last year.
Well, when you think about where he started as this this Renekton-only player, I mean, he was a good Renekton, but still, he had a big champion pool problem, and just watching him develop into one of the best top laners in Korea has been really fun.
Yeah, it's been. And we see right now just this huge CS advantage. It's been balanced out by the first blood that Ixu grabbed for himself.
Oh, here we go. Whoa, man.
Hello, Thunderlords.
Jeez. Man.
It's just so crazy, the passive Thunderlord's burst combination that Lux can get right there, and you see that power. You land one of those skills, you're landing the rest.
Yep. I mean, and now that he's got the Frost Queen's claim too, he can utilize that slow weight like we talked about earlier to secure that. Someday coming down. Did he actually get that? I think
nope.
he
did got it.
No, okay. It was close. Score a bit low, but he's going to make it back to the turret.
When you have these lane swaps where all of the outer turrets fall so quickly, you end up in these really weird scenarios where it takes forever for the wave to reach the other side of the map, and you see a lot of very back and forth farm swings and gold swings, and a lot of time where the AD carry and the top laner are kind of just milling around, walking around the middle, trying to see if they can do anything at all.
Well, this is such a vastly different style of game than both of the ones we just saw between CJ and SKT.
Well, this is you're going to see a lot of this, Stoa. This is pretty standard game for lane swaps at this point in time in 5.24.
Think it'll change when 6.1 hits?
No, probably not very much.
Okay. Dragon's up. KT did grab that first dragon very quickly off the back of some pushing from the Afrika side, allowing them to get a chance to do that. Looks like the Freaks want their own dragon, and they should be able to get that fairly unopposed unless Fly walks up and tries to steal it, but doesn't look like he's going to. So one dragon apiece in this game one.
Picking up that very crucial and really only necessary dragon number one. A little bit of a delayed Rod of Ages here onto Ixu. It's going to be quite some time before he actually gets that stacked up due to how far behind he's managed to get when it comes to CS. Just the wave situation. We did see Someday freezing right up there where he is right now very early on after all the turrets went down, so he had a bit of a farm advantage set up for him by bouncing waves from KT.
Nice big CS lead for Someday. Yep. Man, well, Fly has certainly proved that this LeBlanc can, or this Lux rather, can do work. No kills just yet, but the amount of burst damage is going to become a real problem for Freaks later on in the game.
I'm very curious how this Lux is going to itemize, because Lux is a champion that really does need a lot of CDR to output damage because the cooldown on her losing singularity is so long. And over the past year, she's been slowly getting buffs. We saw some changes where her E would, instead of the cooldown starting when you actually exploded on the ground, it starts when she casts the ability instead, which really helps. But still, if you don't use her abilities perfectly and get all the damage you can, she's very ineffective in the late game. So it's a very hard champion to use, and also because you have to position so well. You have no movement abilities whatsoever.
Well, there's no... Whoa, there we go. Fly trading some damage.
Here's
He
Achani.
gets away. That's right. Achani trying to make something happen, but not quite getting there soon enough. Mickey proving he can do some bursts too.
Yeah, Mickey using his Ignite right there. Fly expending his cleanse, and having the Shen is pretty clutch right now onto this Lux. You need some form of protection for her. I could see her being used perhaps in a Tom Kench composition too. But
you start firing the laser and then he eats her, and so she's protected while it shoots out. You just have this giant laser flying out of Tom Kench's stomach.
That'd be great. But I think that this is a very much a red side last pick. Before everybody goes around and starts trying to play Lux in solo queue, there are a lot of lane counter picks to her. And she does have trouble versus a variety of assassins because anything that can dash on top of her, it's very hard to hit your Q, and if you miss your Q, you die. So
yep.
Be careful with this one. If you don't have a Shen and you're not last picking it and you know it's going to be a decent matchup, probably not going to be the best pick.
Man, as someone who plays in silver on the Korean server, if this Lux wins, I'm just going to stay off rank for a while.
A wise plan, I have to say.
Bad. Whoa, things get bad for Snowflower. Manages a magical journey right into the Fate's Call from Sanyan. Magical journey. For some reason, if you're not familiar, for some reason the Korean casters always say it like that.
Yep, I don't get it.
I don't get it either. But if you ask them to say, they won't just say they won't just say magical journey. They'll go magical journey, and I don't know why. Kind of channeling Tommy Wiseau from The Room in that one.
Oh God.
Oh, hi, Mock.
No one has seen that, by the way, though.
Oh, dude, everyone's seen that. What are you talking about? If you've seen The Room, just tweet at Monty. He'll know. Drift Herald taken for the second time by Afrika Freaks. Going to give it over to Lyra this time.
It's really weird they would give it to Lyra, actually.
I know, yeah. Why would you? Give it to the person who'll be in lane the least. Oh, okay. All right.
Not the Lysandra who might be split pushing with TP.
No, that's ridiculous. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, the thing is that if Fly doesn't connect with that snare onto LeBlanc, he's just going to get blown up.
It's tough, and Mickey now is starting to build into Abyssal, so we'll have some more defensive stats to help him against the Lux combo. And we see Fly not actually building any MR yet, so he's starting to lose some of these trades. I'm really curious what a 6-item Lux build from him is going to look like.
Really kind of gearing towards a bit of survivability in terms of maneuverability too. Taking those boots of swiftness rather than the Sork shoes. What do you think about that?
I think you need that maneuverability on Lux. And again, we talked about this in the first game, but with the changes to boots of swiftness, oh wow, Score doing a lot of damage actually.
Yeah, Ixu, no trouble getting away, but still losing a big chunk of health.
The boots of swiftness, you're going to see a lot of them just because they are cheap. They're cheaper than a lot of other boots. There have been nerfs to many of the other boots. And yeah, there are a lot of slows being used in the game right now. Sometimes you have to deal with, like in this game, KT will multiple Frost Queen's claims on one team. See Snowflower is going to be building into that item. Mickey already has it, so it's a lot of slows.
Oh, hello. Over the wall, Someday pops that challenge right away. Can he finish him off? Not quite. So close.
Sometimes you don't want to follow your E, but
yeah.
Coming over the wall right there, a little bit surprising actually. Someday getting the drop on him in his own jungle, and that CS lead continues to open up more and more and more as Someday has been controlling the wave much better.
It's not the type of thing you would have expected to see in Season 5, but you know, now that you just straight up can't buy green wards anymore, you're going to see these situations where somebody just doesn't have vision.
Yeah, and sneaky plays are going to be important. There's a lot more mind games with what you can do with wards these days. It's much more complicated in how you set them up because you have to be perfect and you have to have very clear plans for how you're going to be warding in a game.
I was a bit leery about the changes when I first saw them, but after playing it a bit, I really like it. It's made the games definitely more interesting, in my opinion.
Especially at the professional level where you have active communication and you can really make plans well on the fly.
Well, it really separates the good vision teams from the bad ones, you know?
You mean the great ones?
Well, the good, great, and bad. It separates all of them. Dragon does not want to drink that hot cocoa that was left for him by Snowflower. So KT is going to kill him in response. That cocoa was for you.
Brutal.
I know, right? Really care a lot about that. Second dragon for KT. And thunderous applause by the audience.
Lots of HP stacking coming in through from Someday. Going for the Titanic Hydra, now building into Phage, and it's just about surviving the Afrika burst. That's the main thing that Someday has to be worried about. Once more, the longer this game goes on, the less threatening that burst mages typically get. They're not built for 6-item team fights, really.
Yeah. Well, you kind of use your combo, and if you don't kill a player with it, you're kind of standing around until you have the cooldowns back again. Oh, and Fate's Call. Snowflower backs away here. Songyun in a lot of trouble. Goodbye.
Nice flash from Hachani on the taunt to lock him down. Meanwhile, Ixu, you can see how many problems rather he's having with Someday right now.
Much problems.
Much problem.
Many poke. Many stab. Wow.
Such riposte.
Such challenge. Oh, Mickey doing a bit more damage to Fly.
You know, right by where we live in Korea, there's a building that has this sign on it that says "Very House."
I haven't seen this, really?
I'll show it to you later.
All right, I got to check this out. I love that stuff.
I always look at it like, Very House, wow, such a building.
There was one near my old apartment that just said the best people on it, and then underneath it said who will be the best person today. I'm like, it's a good question. Building, I don't know. What's the criteria?
Way to promote good citizenship, Korean signs.
I know. Sit back and just take a listen. Listen to the
dulcet tones of Korean Lysandra.
That's right. The mellow sounds.
Somebody's gonna make a 10-hour YouTube move of that someday.
I know, right? You know, you've got your like ocean sounds for meditation. So you can have this too.
And like once every 10 minutes, it's gonna be you doing it.
I know, right? Just gotta sneak that in there.
Mix it up.
Yeah, that's right. Picture like GBM sitting in like a lotus pose with that playing in his headset. Score found out by that ward he was standing in. And it just seems, I feel like the game has evolved to this very confused state right now, where both teams, they want to make something happen, but they're just not quite sure how to do it.
Well, you can't really make anything happen. That's the problem. Again, these lane swaps create these very bizarre scenarios where both teams are effectively in a battle of chipping the mid lane turret and then occasionally farming. But considering everybody's TP is always up, after the first like 5 or 6 minutes of the game, and there are very few plays that can be made, it gets complicated. Someday has nothing to do right now, so he's going to stand in the mid lane and try and push waves.
Why not? Ixu.
Are you ready for the exact opposite thing to happen now, Doa, where Lysandra doesn't have anything to do?
I'm ready. She's coming up to mid right now.
I know.
All right. Well, I mean, KT could try to collapse onto Ixu, maybe. No.
Oh, nice!
Oh, goodbye! Oh, the culling! The cocoon helped them finish him off. Finally, a kill for KT. Someday TP's in. They're going to try to go after Ixu here. Ixu locking him down for the moment. Hachani with a nice taunt. Can they get more damage done? Not quite. Meanwhile, cocoon onto Snowflower, but again, no follow-up damage, but that's going to let KT at least do a lot of damage. Maybe take this mid lane turret. Yeah, looks like they've got it.
And that's the power of this Lysandra Lux combo.
Yeah.
You have such range on your abilities and an ability to just burst a very long distance. They're going in again.
Songyun in a bit of trouble. KT being aggressive now. Lyra very, very low. Score does not make, or it almost makes it out. Songyun taken down already. Oh, Someday dies to the turret, but KT's not done yet. Hachani helping Arrow pick up a kill there. Ixu with another one in response before Score finishes him off. All in all, a win, quote unquote, for KT, I suppose.
Well, they got a couple.
3.
Yeah, they got a couple more kills. They put some damage down on the tower. Now it's up to them to hold this very low HP mid turret, and it definitely will be a win before KT rolls. Arrow is peeled off over into the top lane to take care of this very large wave that it's been a long time developing. Looks like that may be it for mid. Nope. Just kidding.
Haha. I thought you were an analyst. Oh, wait.
Oh.
You are an analyst. You knew that tower was going to go down. Good job.
Thanks.
That's why we keep you around. All right, let's watch the replay of that fight. Let's see Mickey get caught here. Nice. Oh, the calling too. Cocoon from the side. Beautiful.
Straight through the
Beautiful.
clone also. Just nothing they could really do.
Yeah.
Tried to absorb as much damage as possible, but that route, it's a very long route.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they layered the CC really well. Score and fly, that is. Not bad.
So, Dragon.
Yeah. Looks like Titanic Hydra picked up by Someday.
Yeah, it's the first time to be completed.
Yep.
Now it's hammer time.
All right. Please, Hammer, don't hurt him. No. he'll hurt him. Third dragon maybe for KT. Looks like it will be. And KT, slowly but surely, pulling farther and farther ahead. It's not a big gold lead, but the leads are pretty strong in other places. They've got a lot of map control. They've got the dragon advantage.
Yeah, this is where the QSS really starts.
Oh,
okay.
Ixu gets out on that E, but still very low. Fly wanted to try to come up and maybe take a shot at him with his R, but the Afrika Freaks were there to help out. KT, though, they know Ixu's low. They can chase a bit here. Snowflower slowed down.
Goodbye.
Stunned. There it is. The damage comes in. Man, you cannot get caught. You can't get caught or you're just dead.
Well, especially when you decide to complete Frost Queen's claim first and have 0 tanky stats. That's all on Snowflower. You shouldn't be in a position like that on Bard.
Frost Queen's claim is good, but maybe in this case you want to be able to survive that burst.
Well, you could pop it earlier, too, to get the slowdown you need to escape, right?
That's true, too. Cocoon onto Mickey. They're lucky they didn't have another Lux combo.
But basically, Ixu can't stop the Fiora split push right now. KT has bought enough time that their 4-1 split can really get going. They can make picks with the Cocoon root combo very efficiently, and they need to send somebody to deal with Ixu, but Mickey can't go. He doesn't have TP. So it's going to be really hard for Afrika to win at this stage. It's a small gold lead, but it's just the pressure advantage is absolutely enormous for KT now.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it, isn't it? It's not about the gold. It's just about how KT controls the vast majority of Summoner's Rift right now. They've been warding very well, and that's going to keep forcing the Freaks into more and more dangerous situations. Mickey doesn't get the blue buff. He may get killed. Oh, wow, they get him. Challenge accepted.
Outside that one face check, though, Hachani's taunt flashes have been really good at locking down these targets and allowing the chain CC from other sources.
Oh, another turret taken down by KT, and it seems like the snowball's really begun at this point. They're starting to really run away with this one.
Already now onto this
Hello.
inhibitor turret, and they've got enough tankiness that those Spray Seeker's not really going to do a whole lot. Fly lets loose with some spooky ghosts.
Yep. And that's an inhibitor taken down by KT.
Snowblower not going to try and engage there with his ultimate with Mickey still down, so KT just smoothly rolling to the first inhib kill of the game before Baron's even taken.
Well, they've been doing a really good job of taking these small advantages over time and gradually rolling them into this big lead.
Yeah, well, it's just good patience. I think they knew what they had to do in this game, and as long as Someday got a huge advantage and they kept trying to compound his CS lead, even if he doesn't get a huge advantage, he still is going to be a late-game Fiora. And one of the reasons why we saw the Fiora bans in the first set of games is that there's pretty much no champion that at 30 minutes is going to be able to stop a Fiora if they've been farming or doing approximately evenly.
Yeah.
The split push is way too strong.
Certainly seems that way. Arrow getting all those kills certainly helps too.
Yeah, Arrow's been doing very well. Now has his Mercurial Scimitar.
I got the rapid fire cannon too. I mean, that's just going to help them siege even better.
So
hello.
Ixu and Someday just go head-to-head for a little bit longer.
Well, Someday not wanting to fight that one.
Didn't have enough vision. They don't have any wards there. So.
A little bit too dangerous. Take note, solo queue players.
Don't fight without wards.
If there's not vision, probably don't fight the guy that's hanging out, because he's probably not the only one around.
And odds are his friends can collapse faster than your friends can if you're on his side of the map.
Yep. Well, time for the bottom lane. And we'll see if there's anything the Freaks can do to stop this. That's a lot of spears. Whoa. Oh, all right. Repulse comes in. KT just forcing them off the turret. And it just seems like there's nothing that Africa can do right now.
Yeah, they just keep on rolling forward towards another inhibitor.
Yep, slow but steady. Nice binding. A little bit of damage comes in from Mickey. Someday needs to be careful. Getting haunted by some spooky ghosts, but he ain't afraid of no ghosts.
He is. He walked away after getting hit by them.
He wasn't that afraid. It was kind of a walk. Not a strut. Misfortune has that covered, but you know.
He was sufficiently afraid to back off, Doa.
Well, fine. Thanks for ruining it.
Good.
He afraid of that ghost. There. He afraid of that ghost. I changed it so that it fit the situation. You're welcome.
If only we had a ghost gangplank in the game, too.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be nice?
Are they remaking Ghostbusters?
I think it's just like a sequel.
Oh, God.
Well, you don't want yet another sequel for another 20-plus-year-old franchise?
No, I really don't.
30-plus-year-old franchise?
I just want new movies. Is that so wrong?
No, but will anyone fund them? Unlikely. Just like KT, the Hollywood movie industry does not want to take any chances.
They have been playing pretty far back, but
yep.
It's working, right?
So is KT.
They have all the money in this game, so I guess they are like Hollywood.
They do. Got all the money. You know, once in a while they throw something in there you don't expect. That's a Lux pick, but in the end it's just something you liked from a long time ago that you're just happy to see again. It's a nostalgia really more than anything. Yeah, I think objectively you can say KT's play this game is just a metaphor for the U.S. film industry.
That makes me sad.
I thought you were a KT fan. That's why you're sad.
Well, thanks for ruining that for me too, Doa.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm here for.
Four dragons. Yeah, it's KT.
Yeah.
Very, very methodical.
I would say so.
We talked about there not being a lot of 5th dragons in this preseason patch on 524.
Boy, were we wrong.
But if you want to play a long enough game, you can get 5 dragons.
Well, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be KT or Jinair, but KT this time.
So completely ignoring this Baron, instead just focusing entirely on dragon stacks this game.
Yeah. Well, at least Mickey now with that Zhonya's Hourglass doesn't need to worry about being completely blown up by Fly. Well, Score still got the blue buff there.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made. He didn't even smite that either. All he had to do was back away. Oh. Interesting attempt.
Well, the inhibitor back up right now. Now Ping's going on to the Baron, because naturally you want to go for the Baron right after the inhibitor has come back up.
Yeah, it's the safest. Wait a minute. No, it's not. Would have been better to do that like 3 minutes ago. Oh, well.
They still have to clear out a wave, so perhaps they can get the work done. They will take the vision. Looks like they just want to make a pick right now instead. Try and use the burst damage from Lux.
I mean, they really can't make a pick on Mickey with the Zhonyas. So they have to do it on someone else.
Very true. And there are the ghosts, so instrumental in the vision control game these days.
Yep.
Desperately needing a nerf.
Nah, I don't think so. Let's stick with it. All right, they've resorted to just standing in place and not moving at all.
Perhaps they think Africa are made up of entirely T-Rexes.
That's true. It's a Jurassic Park philosophy. If you don't move, they can't see you. I mean, it works for Teemo.
That's actually true. Weird.
Yeah.
I guess everyone in League of Legends besides Teemo is a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Well, maybe that's what Teemo's passive actually is. He doesn't actually become invisible. He just makes everyone on the other team a T-Rex.
I think we've discovered it. We've cracked
That's-
the code, Noah.
We need like an Alan Grant Teemo skin or something now, you know? It could work. You could put down raptor eggs. It works so well. I think it's fine. Oh, and now KT goes for Baron. Can they do it fast enough, though?
All the ghosts are
Africa-
coming through.
I was going to say, Africa coming in. And they have got a bigger ghost army than Aragorn did in the end of Lord of the Rings. But meanwhile, Someday taking some turret damage, waiting for that ult to go away from Ixu. Wow, Someday really going crazy. There's a Zonia's. Someday, I don't know, man. It's a Johnny. Thanks for showing up, man. Good to see ya. Meanwhile, KT in trouble in a 4v3. Score trying to back away, but this is the opportunity that Africa was looking for. Score taken down, and that could not really have gone much worse, could it have?
Wow, Someday actually
Jeez.
really misplaying that around the Lissandra ult and the Zonia's Hourglass. Mickey's still here. He's going to die eventually.
Oh, wow, nice moves. Not good enough.
Oh!
Whoa! Double kill from the Lux ult. And this may make this Baron hard to do. Songyun and Lyra still trying it. I think they got to pull back. Fly on the run, getting filled with spears, but arrows right here to turn it around onto Songyun. Lyra still chasing that Lux, but now they're mid trouble. Not the greatest flash I've ever seen from Fly there. And not able to lock down Lyra. Maybe Arrow can finish him off. Getting close, probably can. Yep. One more double tap will do it.
And now they can push forward. So what turned out, started as a disaster right there, was actually quickly saved by Arrow's dueling abilities on this Lucian. So that was pretty much all Arrow that fixed that problem. Fly letting loose with the final spark in the Baron pit to get one. And Ixu.
Oh, wow, yeah, don't run into Illusion like that. That was hilarious. Man, it's hard to do Baron when you have lost any amount of health when there's a Lux on the other side.
And now they're going to go for it again. Someday just waltzes. Not blade waltzes. He doesn't have that ability anymore on Fiora. But waltzes straight into the Baron pit, not even TPing down. And going to see the blue trinkets come in, but it's going to be too late. Fly still low. But this should be an easy secure.
Yeah, they've got this one. And Afrika Freaks forced to fall back and defend their base.
Yeah, Songyun just not there. And
Wow, goodbye Krugs.
Krugs and Minion Wave.
Man, this poor Krugs had no idea what was coming. Well, I'm going to try to push the lane up a little bit. Dragon in 30 seconds, and if KT can turn this Baron buff into a 5th Dragon stack, they should be able to end it pretty quick.
Somebody actually got rid of his Titanic Hydra for a Ravenous Hydra. That's interesting.
Nice. Swap him at any time, I suppose, but
Yeah.
it is a bit interesting.
Opting for a bit more damage here.
Yeah, a bit more effectiveness in team fights. Oh, Cocoon cleansed away by Songyun. Ace of the Mountain used, I believe, by Snowflower.
Arrow actually ended up with that blue buff
Oh, yeah.
in the end. And now here comes the attempt for Dragon number 5.
Yep. Freaks need to stop this one if they want to have any chance of winning this game. It's pretty close. Dragon getting low. Lyra trying to come in and smite it away. But KT is backed off. Whoa, Mickey goes in the back lines. Could be in trouble here. Freaks back away. They do take out Mickey. KT pushed back by Snowflower, but this is all KT right now. Double kill for Arrow. They'll get the Dragon. Lyra on the run. Challenge completed by Someday. And Ixu, the last man standing. They're going to get the Dragon, and that should be the game with the ace.
That was a beautiful team fight by KT, especially that chase down there with the combination between Someday and Hachani to pick up those final field kills. Everyone going back over the Dragon Pit, and now KT, Baron empowered, 5 Dragon stacks, are going to win their first game of Champion Spring.
That was a long one, but a resounding victory in the end for KT Rollster, a celebratory Lux ult. That's it, GG.
It's going to be our first Lux win in a very long time, Noah. But
Probably since Frozen did it on IM.
yeah, it was a very long time ago. That was before we even changed the system back in 2014. Should have been IM number 2's game against Samsung Blue in the group stage. I think it was the last time we saw a Lux win.
Wow. Well, Saw one here today, and I wonder if this Lux pick is going to make a bit of a comeback. It's a fun champion to watch, so...
It's really a specialty pick. Maybe on red
Well-
side occasionally. I think that we did see the strength of it there, but it's very, very situational.
You are kind of either a Lux player or you're not a Lux player.
And you're going to get counterpicked by an assassin or you're not.
Yeah, sure enough. Well, Africa looking okay in that game, but still a lot of work to do. We'll see if they can pull it together to tie up the series in game number 2. Former CJ coaching staff trying to whip these guys into shape while their former coach taunts them, literally, from the other booth.
That was a very apropos pick, the taunting Shen.
I love it. Good start to the year for KT. A 2-0 would make it even better. Nikki looks a bit disappointed, but we're not done yet. We'll be right back.
Took away the profit stream for a profit on the street.
현이,
준이, 행운의 여보세요.
오늘도 전화 주세요.
자, 오늘은 어떤 친구가 전화 줬을지 한번 만나볼까요? 하나, 둘, 여보세요.
여보세요.
친구 만나서 반가워요. 자기소개 부탁해요.
친구 자기소개 시작.
전영준입니다.
아, 천영준 친구.
여기 용준 친구를 위한 행운의 돌림판이 준비되어 있는데요. 돌려 돌려 돌림판 힘차게 외쳐주세요.
돌려 돌림판.
아! 열심히 돌아가고 있어요. 과연 어떤
돌아가요.
프로그램이 당첨이 될지. 네.
네.
아, 용준 친구 운 좋게 롤챔스 당첨. 용준 친구, 마지막으로 하고 싶은 얘기 있나요?
롤댄스.
롤챔스예요.
롤댄스.
마지막으로 하고 싶은 말 있나요, 용준 친구?
네. 오케이.
Wow, what did I just watch?
You watched Arrow get MVP, Noah.
I guess so. Arrow's our MVP. I just know that Kasserjun is not Chopra. That's the biggest Kasserjun fact I know. But yeah, Arrow, what an amazing dueling game on this Lucian, especially in that fight towards the end.
Yeah, great calling use throughout the course of this game, and
Oh boy.
this was an awesome combination of Lux and Lucian abilities that we saw to lock down Mickey's LeBlanc and take a kill. Sungyu actually flashing to try and body block some of that when he realized how much damage was coming through.
Yeah, you have to. But this right here,
I mean, he saved the game right here, really.
yeah.
Flashing forward, making sure that Mickey had nowhere to go, and then saving the Baron immediately afterwards after it's been a mistake in that bottom lane from Hachani and Someday.
Yep. And it's just part of that team that did so well at Worlds. And here's a good example why. Arrow just a fantastic AD carry and well deserving of this MVP.
Yeah, this last fight was particularly fun to watch from the entire team. Mickey gets himself into trouble and killed early by Someday, but it's really the follow-up here that is quite impressive. Hachani with his first taunt through. Watch Arrow, and we see Someday flashing over the wall and then getting the Shen taunt. We didn't even get to see the last kill of that fight as 3 members of KT chased down Lysandra.
It was solid. And will KT stick with Hachani in their second game? I'm guessing they probably will, but we'll see if there's any
Hachani's
roster
vengeance is
swap.
not complete against Anarchy yet.
He's
Noah.
only begun to feast. Oh, although I don't think he uses that master.
No, probably not.
Man. The revenge of Hachani. I didn't know Hachani was going to be this vindictive. Man. I mean, who am I to question OGN champion summer winner Hachani, though?
That's right. Who are you to question him, Noah,
true.
at his face-checking
Yeah.
ways? Giving first blood in the most Hachani way imaginable in the last game.
The more things change, the more they stay Hachani. KT versus Africa, game number 2, and TF will be our first ban.
Makes more sense on the blue side, you have to say. And I imagine we're just going to see the same bans. It should be TF, Zed, and Thresh.
Yeah.
If those were the bans on the red side, then they're likely to stay the same, considering they're mostly pocket bans
Whoa.
against Snowflower and Mickey. And
Okay.
wow, that is a surprise to see the Lux ban when you have the opportunity to counterpick.
Yeah, well, like you said, you know, Lux is really a last pick red side champion. Otherwise, it's just too easily countered, I suppose.
Especially by Mickey's champion pool, which is very assassin heavy to begin with.
But then again, we did just see him play that Lux into a LeBlanc, and it still went well for Fly.
Yeah, but different than perhaps a Fizz coming through. And there's a Fiora ban this game, so adaptation
suppose.
here from Africa. Gangplank left up for the first time tonight, and that will be KT's first pick. So we haven't seen Mundo yet, surprisingly, one of the more powerful picks in this meta. Again, not picked or banned tonight.
Yeah, that and Ezreal have been kind of the two surprises in terms of
absolutely
champions we haven't seen picked or banned.
It's time to troll Cloud Templar. We've been doing this for years now.
But see, more than ever, the Cloud Templar trolling picks are like viable. It's getting better.
Shen, Trundle,
Yep.
Maokai.
Yeah.
Only the Amumu not really too terribly in the meta.
The Skarner too.
Yeah, that's
really.
true.
Yeah. Trundle's the big one though, of course. See, now we can never tell if they're just trolling Cloud Templar or if they're actually going to pick the troll. It's a mystery. Ooh, Misfortune Trundle though. Strong lane, and that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, MF not picked or banned in game number 1, but we saw the efficacy of the Misfortune Trundle combination played by SK Telecom in our first series. They comboed it together with a lot of zone control from Victor 2. So Mickey is certainly a Victor player, and saw him hovering over that in game 1. It's something they could bring out, and why not just play the Elise Lucian combo again? Really worked for them.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. And both Score and Arrow had pretty great performances on those champions.
So
will we actually see the Mundo though?
Mundo's a really strong pick right now. He becomes unkillable in the late game. You could play, theoretically here, Lyra on something like Kindred in the jungle, which is still available if you have that big tank in the top side. You can also jungle Mundo right now if you want to. But we could see an Ahri blind pick.
We will. Wow.
So Mickey going back through his old staples today.
And what's it going to be for KT's last 2 picks?
Wow. Kog'Maw would be really surprising here, so probably see something a bit different. Achani could be going for the Braum. The Shen is still available should he want to go for that instead.
Do you think it'd be a mid Gangplank or a mid, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Olaf maybe the pick here.
Yeah, Olaf's a pretty strong just blind top lane pick if you have to grab something when you don't know what your opponent is playing.
True.
Pretty all-purpose, but could also just play Gangplank at the top side, not worry about it too much. Going for the Kassadin, which was threatened by KT in the picks in game 1, but not actually followed through on as the Lux was decided upon instead. And
all right, Braum.
So the Braum makes a lot of sense. Obviously quite strong against Misfortune if you're trying to stop that bullet time. So Braum Kassadin.
Yeah, and you feel like with Misfortune and Ezreal being such power picks right now, Braum may come back a little bit if they get picked on the other side.
Caitlyn too, another pick that we're going to see more of.
Yep. Depending
on the particular scenario. So when you have a lot of these abilities, Braum's Unbreakable becomes a premium, and we saw what that Misfortune could do, and when Bang had it, when SKT first picked it in game 1, or game 2 rather, of the first series of the night, and now we have it countered just a bit by this Braum.
Yeah. And will we see the Gnar up in the top lane?
Again, it's a good setup, obviously, with the Misfortune ultimate. You want to hit
True.
that big CC. Ixu has played it a lot in the past.
Lissandra's open, though, as well.
Yeah, I think you want something a little bit tankier right here. It's all about protecting Misfortune and providing crowd control so she doesn't get CC'd during her ultimate.
And it's going to be the Gnar. So KT just trying to set up that big wombo combo, and then you've got Mickey on the outside of the fight, just kind of darting in and out, doing damage where he can.
Yeah, again, like you said, big combo. Meanwhile, KT, they've got a lot more pick pressure here. 2 teleports and a global ult onto this Gangplank. So a high damage composition, but certainly much more fragile. And they've got to burst down somebody quick, but they've got good ways to get into the back lines. They have Repel, they have Riftwalk to try and deal with Songyun.
Yeah, that's true. Misfortune, of course, not a very mobile AD carry. Man, if you get charmed by Mickey into a bullet time, good luck.
And remember, Kassadin still, he doesn't have that silence on his Q anymore, but it is still an interrupt, so channels have trouble.
True.
So I like the Kassadin pick here.
It's a good point. Well, I mean, what we're looking for out of Africa Freaks this game it's just a little bit more organization, I would say. They just looked a little bit lost, you know? They looked like they were having trouble making decisions as a team for a lot of the game.
Yeah, and they couldn't make the mid-game work, and that's what their
Yeah.
main power spike was with two bursty mages like LeBlanc and Lysandra. And once you try and get into that late game against Fiora, where she can just out-split push you, you're not going to have a good time.
Very true. And so, KT on the verge of getting a 2-0 in their first match of Champion Spring. We may have our two finalist teams from Champion Summer with 2-0s in their first best of threes. We'll see if it happens. KT versus Africa Freaks. Let's get in the game. All right, welcome once again to Summoner's Rift. KT Rolster versus the Africa Freaks. That name is never going to get old to say.
Or free CS, depending on how you want to say it.
That's true. That's a good point.
Someday got a lot of free CS last game.
He did. He got tons. Thanks, Africa Free CS. Oh, wow. The trolling is real, and not just because Snowflower is leading the charge into the enemy jungle. Looks like he might have some deep warding going down.
Yeah, very strong invade here, starting out for Africa. We'll see what happens. It's always a possibility, and certainly beneficial. Gnar, very good into these lane swap situations. Did see that kind of weird double turret, side turret kill in the last game. Wow, blinking headphones, very stylish.
Neat. I mean, you can really enjoy that when you're wearing them, if you've got a mirror in front of you, I guess.
Maybe catch yourself in the reflection of your monitor.
I guess you're like, oh, wow, my headphones look cool.
I look so good with my head flashing like this.
Not even like Beats have something like that. You talk about unnecessary stuff. Wow, Snowflower putting a lot of harassment on to Score. A lot of damage there. Score could be in trouble. Sonya coming in. Yeah, gets the flash. Someday now has to flash as well. Nice early invade again by Africa Freaks. Snowflower not done yet. Trolling to the extreme.
Yeah, super aggressive early play there. You get a lot of damage down with Misfortune's passive. And going to try and just harass around this blue buff a little bit longer. And
did a good job of it.
Yep. Well, like you said, Doa, come in, get those early wards, and punish after they lane swap using their duo lane. Both members to force two early flashes. That's a nice advantage, but KT, they're not going to be too bothered by it. They have Cast and they have Gangplank again. This is going to be a game that is going to be largely about KT scaling, and instead of running the 4-1 split push like we saw in the last game, this time they're going to try and do a 1-3-1 and split push with both Cassidy and Gangplank simultaneously.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see what Mickey can put together on this Ahri. Again, you know, one of his best champions. He is that great assassin mid laner, and has maybe got a little bit more room to play around with those skills when he's not having to worry about getting blown up completely by Lux.
Well, the main question here, though, is going to be after that jungle delay where they couldn't take a buff early on, how much faster is Africa going to start getting these turrets? You can see they already have 3 members down onto 1 turret, and they've cut it down to about a third. Meanwhile, the work really hasn't been done as heavily on the bottom turret of Africa, so they're going to have a bit of a time advantage. The wave is drying up right now, but there's another one coming, so
yep.
Can they actually get 2 turrets while their opponents only get 1? And how much time are they going to have to bounce this wave? KT really slow. Africa already recalling, and Ixu going to have a nice bounce back towards his tier 1 here.
Yeah, help him farm a little bit more safely.
Ooh, that's really good.
Yeah, that was about auto attack perfect there. Taking the turret right as the minion wave goes down.
Meanwhile, CKT having to wait for yet another wave right here. Unlikely that they're going to be in as good of a situation with Africa immediately pushing back. So fast push can come through here very nicely. Someday going to be given that wave, does get the full gold, is in range, but...
Oh, slowed a bit. There's a knockup coming in. Someday could be in some trouble. Chani and Arrow jump right back into it. Here comes Score. They're going to try to turn it around. Teleport used by Ixu. Comes down to help out his team. Someday on the run. First blood going to Ixu. Nice kill there, and another slow coming in from Misfortune. Gonna leave it at that though.
And
Not gonna push it too hard.
Really good teleport. They had the edge right there, and that's the advantage of getting that faster turret down, and the price of blowing those 2 flashes early on in the jungle, being unable to complete that camp, and kind of arrogantly jungling on the side where you know Africa has vision. So KT taking some rather silly risks early on and ultimately paying a pretty high price.
Yeah.
Well, they knew Someday's flash was down from that Grump, so nice advantage there, and now they have the pressure on. Meanwhile, Someday gonna TP to the top side, but doesn't get a whole lot of CS. Meanwhile, Ixu right here gets that first blood, now has a giant wave to take.
Someday just can't stick around there for that long without a flash, without any way to get away.
Well, this is a good situation, and now Someday going to be a little bit lost on the map. We'll see how well Ixu can actually freeze this. Looks like it's going to hit the tower, so we'll be pushing back out eventually.
Yeah.
Someday you can see just moving around the top side right now, trying to place some wards down so he knows whether or not he can actually farm this in relative safety.
Yeah, I mean, he's got time. It's not the end of the world to die like that with GP. But you do need to play a little bit more carefully. I mean, it's really all about if Africa Freaks can find a little bit more coordinated mid-game, right? Because doing okay in the early game is something we've seen them do plenty of times in the past. It's can they keep it together once it hits like 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. And Ixu right here went back with his first blood gold, did pick up a pink ward and warded Tri-Brush, so he got rid of the ward that Someday placed in there, which makes it even more dangerous to play, for Someday to play forward right now. There are multiple different paths that the jungler can come from, and he just has no idea. So this is really a pretty free lane for Ixu right now. Yeah. Someday's got to be quite scared, but Score is going to see Lyra, so that means it's not going to be as hard for him to catch up to this wave, and just maybe he can even out the CS.
Snowfire and Songyun putting some pressure on, but still even in CS. A little bit of a lead for Mickey here in this mid lane. Oh, Charm nearly connecting with Fly there.
Yeah, Fly going to be going for the Rod of Ages first on this Kassadin, so that combined with the GP and how far behind he is, it's going to be really long time before KT is in any kind of fighting condition. Africa take a lot of advantages here on the map, and looks like the ward timer was a little bit off right there for KT.
Yeah, seen by Songyun and Snowflower, so they can just back off safely.
Good wards. Lyra got some nice deep vision in there. And so Africa knew the entire time where Score was and back off that well in advance.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, Score got it.
Wow, nice.
Just barely.
Close one. Really close. Oh, meanwhile, a duel in the mid lane. Mickey and Fly taking each other down to about approximate health, but Mickey the one low on mana after that, so.
Yeah, Ixu also just starting to take away jungle camps, and when you have deep wards on both sides of the enemy jungle, you are not in a good position. If you're KT, this is the kind of invasion that shouldn't be happening this early on in the game. There's just so much control going over to the Africa Freaks at this stage.
Very true. Someday getting low. Score is there though. They're going to try to make a play onto Ixu. Ixu has no flash, trying to do this right before it comes up, and there's a kill for KT.
It's a very clutch turnaround because now Someday is going to be able to get a lot of CS. They're going to regain control over that topside jungle and just a little bit more harass than Ixu wanted, but his flash not up. That means he does pay for it. Didn't actually have any wards to place in that side of the jungle.
Well, that was great timing by KT to know that Ixu's flash was about to come up, but wasn't quite there yet.
Definitely a good commitment there. Score spending his flash to make that trade.
Yep. Worth it, I would say. Mickey's still chipping away at this mid turret. Fly hasn't been able to push too hard.
Lyra really wants to take away this red buff and force some kind of fight. They have pressure in the mid and bot lane right now. Nice ward though. We'll go ahead and proc the Raptor buff, and Score just going to try and body block a Prey Seeker right here so it doesn't get stolen away. Successful in that endeavor.
Yeah, a little bit of action down in bot lane near the Tri-Brush. But you got to respect the pressure Lyra's been putting on all game long. It's been good. KT starting to find some opportunities, though. Opportunity here for Freaks as they try to take out Fly, but Mickey doesn't land that charm.
Yeah, very obvious call. There was a ward sitting right next to the mid lane, so Fly was not caught unaware of that movement, but his tower is getting relatively low right now, and this is some nice pressure coming in. Meanwhile, there's not really anything that KT can do in terms of matching objectives. Ixu's still quite strong, and they don't have any immediate pressure, and that's going to force a TP from Kassadin right back into the mid lane just to provide some limited wave clear.
All right, well, they get the Cocoon on the Snowflower, was trying to land it on Songyun because they had that Braum passive stacking, and maybe a stun there could have resulted in a kill, but Africa Freaks getting away at just the right time.
I think they actually probably could have pushed that a little bit harder than they ended up doing.
Maybe. I mean, KT has been just the epitome of safe play lately.
Well, you need to just press these early advantages as hard as you can if you're Africa, because you don't want to get in a situation like you were last game where you had an earlier power spike and you didn't actually capitalize on it. Well, the longer you let KT sort of just sit in these lanes and farm and you don't take their turrets, the bigger problem it's going to be for you later on.
I mean, that's kind of the typical evolution of a newer team, right? Is you have these good strategies that get you these leads in the early game, but then you just really can't make the most out of them as the game goes on.
I mean, they don't have to lead in the early game, though. That's I think that's the big issue right now. They have to keep putting down turret damage.
Oh, Snowflower.
Before KT gets absolutely massive on this Kassadin and Gangplank combo.
How much time would you say they have? Minutes? 5?
No, they've got more than that for sure. Obviously,
6?
More. They don't even have a Rod of Ages yet, so 15, 20.
Oh, okay. Got some time. Mickey, though, not wasting any time doing damage to this turret.
Yeah, this is exactly where they need to be. And here we go again, MF coming up to help, and this is the kind of push that they need early on.
Yeah, that's going to result in a turret for the Freaks. That's 2 already, getting mid and top. It's going to set them up for a good dragon attempt here in the future if they want to go for it.
You need to build long lanes for your opponents if you're in Africa's case. You know they want a 1-3-1 in the late game, so the longer lanes you can build, the harder it's going to be for them to push out and to actually threaten turret kills of their own, while it gives you a lot of room to get behind them with TPs or with your jungler and start to force them into situations where they're not going to be able to run away to the safety of their own turrets.
Yeah. No vision for Africa right now. But can Arrow and Hachani win this 2v2? Well, they certainly can if it's a 3v2. Oh boy. Welcome to Season 6. Score comes in. They're going to jump right on Snowflower. Easy kill there. Even with the bullet time, nice block from Hachani.
Very well played.
Uh-oh. Lyra coming down, though.
Braum
doesn't look like they've got a chance.
Braum passive, Cocoon combination is an easy lockdown onto Trundle, and then Hachani follows up with the Unbreakable, so there's not a whole lot of damage that comes through from that bullet time, and they really want to do this dragon right now. Start out strong with that damage buff. Mickey having some trouble dealing with Fly.
The lane's still pushing, though, so KT not able to go for that dragon just yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That mid lane tower actually probably did just prevent the dragon from being taken right there.
I think so.
Everybody chunked enough that they want to go home. And the wave pushing very slow from this Kassadin.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in top lane, somebody's gotten the CS lead. Still no kills, but he's slowly powering up.
It's actually impressive considering how he started this game that he's managed to swing the CS back in his favor.
He's an impressive top laner.
And that score gank really doing a lot of work.
Here comes Braum. Hachani trying to make a play. They're going to try to lock down Ixu here. Flashes out of the Braum queue, though. So they got the flash. This is going to lead to some decent turret damage, too, maybe.
I haven't seen that Braum skin before.
Me neither. I was thinking the same thing. It's cool, though.
I don't know.
I like it.
When you have Mexican wrestler Braum, do you really need any other skins?
Well, it doesn't mean he can't have other cool skins. It just doesn't mean it won't be the coolest skin.
It definitely is not the coolest skin, and there's no reason not to use the LT grade Braum skin at all possible times.
You'll have to have a harsh talk with Hachani later. Africa takes down their third turret.
His skin selection skill is way up.
Yeah, well,
way off.
When you face check a brush, especially, you want to look as good as you can.
Well, he's more armored in this one, so I suppose maybe that helps him.
That's true. So meta. Fly defending that bottom tier too, but Africa continuing to take the map control. Still no one with any dragon buffs just yet.
Yeah, matching turret though, and all that gold going to Someday.
Yep.
So Gangplank continues to scale up nicely.
They're getting very close to that Trinity Force.
Scary, it's going to be a pretty on-time Trinity Force, and just a little bit of a delay on the Rod of Ages for this Kassadin in the mid lane. He's going to go back and pick it up now.
Yep. So KT not even really trying to siege there. They don't really have the best lineup for it at the moment, I suppose.
This isn't the same style of siege composition that we saw in the last game.
Yeah.
They're splitting up though. This is the kind of scenario that they really want in this game. So this is a great call. Africa, knowing they need the pushing power early on, just hand that over to Songyun. And that'll be the Rift Herald buff onto MF and just keep the pressure on while they can. Trinity Force is done now for Someday.
Yep. So need to be a little bit more careful, but Africa coming down to take this top lane
Really
tier
nicely
two.
done. They forced a GP ult out.
They've got that Rift Herald buff too to make those minions just that much stronger. They may get this one, or they may do some damage, or they may do neither of those things.
You can always wait for the next wave or
Yeah.
make a move into the mid lane right now that Ari is pushing up. Just keep dancing around the map and forcing situations where KT has to play on the back foot.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do that. Backing off right there, they're going to give Someday some breathing room and some time to continue to expand his farm lead. And they also let Kassadin sort of slowly push his way all the way through the map. And
Oh, hello.
get hit by an auto and dodge the Make It Rain. I'm waiting for the Kylo Ren Kassadin skin, by the way, though.
I suppose you could kind of make his little void blade shaped like that lightsaber.
Yeah.
You could do it.
It's
Yeah.
a very obvious co-licensing agreement there, Riot.
There's been so many.
Just talk to Disney.
So many, but we haven't seen it. It's coming. It's coming eventually, I'm sure.
I mean, look at that. If it's one of the most obvious co-branding opportunities ever in League of Legends.
Yeah, or like I think the Marvel co-branding. Like, what about Mundo and the Incredible Hulk?
Well, I mean, basically, you know why there's so many co-branding opportunities, Doa?
I think I can guess what you're going to say, but go ahead.
It's because these ideas aren't very original. How about Alien and Predator? You got Rengar, you got Kha'Zix.
We had our talk about the Hollywood industry. That should, movie industry, that should take care of it. Africa Freak's getting pushed away from the dragon. Dragons, yeah, there's an original animal. Only been around for like thousands of years. Wow, Arrow, nice zoning with the culling to push Freaks back again. Whoa, Dragon taken by score, and the fight is on. And Johnny getting really low, really fast, but manages to pop that Braumald. Meanwhile, Mickey trying to do a lot of damage. Kills coming in for both sides, but it's looking a little bit better. Well, actually, it's pretty even right now, but KT, I think they have the edge unless Ixu can do something pretty amazing right here. Double kill, actually, for Lyra at the end of the day. That Nar's tanky, but in the end, Someday should be able to get this one. Parlay!
Bullet to the face.
That's right. Negotiations are over.
Well, that was actually very good play by Hachani. He really saved that engagement because he started out with a really good bullet time block with Unbreakable and then ulted Songyun out of his ult. Meanwhile, Fly and the Gangplank ult onto the back line of Africa. Watch this ultimate. Actually tracks Songyun's flash right there as he was trying to escape. And that's a 3-man, 4-man actually. GP ultimate onto the back line. Sure, Fly dies, but he does enough to take out the kill. Lyra takes 2, but Ixu just can't deal the damage coming out of this GP after he gets the Trinity Force.
Yep.
There you
Snowflower
go.
just too afraid to go in.
One shot, one kill. Bam. Boop. Is that the sound a gun makes, Doa?
Yeah.
Doa's flintlock pistol sound?
Stuff it with gun called powder. Not the most popular gun for salty sea dogs.
The booper.
That's what they need to rename the ability. I mean, we've already got Rat-a-tat, so why not boop?
I mean, I already stole it from Pirates of the Caribbean anyway.
What?
Parlay.
Parlay? Yeah. They, I believe Disney invented that word when they.
See, they may already have a
Pirates of the
co-branding
Caribbean.
agreement with Disney. Who knows?
Maybe. It's true. This is the day you almost caught someday. Wait, no, that doesn't work at all. No. Never mind. Co-branding agreement terminated. Somebody trying to protect his bottom tier 2 here.
They haven't tried to rip off Terminator yet.
Not yet.
They did try and rip off Arnold Schwarzenegger, though, with Scion, so.
Really?
Yeah, his quotes.
Oh, I've never heard him in English, so I wouldn't know this. See, I miss these things because I play with the Korean client. I just recently swapped it over to English, so maybe I'll start hearing it.
Will you?
Maybe. Will I? Oh, will Mickey survive? Yeah. Trundle body blocking the culling. If only there was a Luxalt to finish him off.
No such Lux this game.
Oh. Man. We've already got the Africa freaks. We don't need any more freaks in this cast, Monty.
Just pile it on while you can.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about freak sponsoring a LoL team. I mean, isn't that kind of a conflict of interest?
No, definitely not. I don't see any problem at all.
I think it's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, it's not like they're called the Full Monties or something.
Mistakes were made.
Well, Africa Freaks. KT trying to set something up, but it's not going to work out. Ooh, score! Wow, all right.
He's actually trapped in the wall.
I guess so. Crush that spider. And he may be in trouble here. Ixu looking for the damage, doesn't quite get it. Goes Meganar. GP ult drops. Can KT follow it up? Fly coming from the side. And the Freaks having to back away. Hachani there.
Do you remember this from last game in the lane swap, Noah?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you remember what happens when all the side lane tier 1s go down and then no one has anything to do besides walk into mid lane repeatedly?
I do remember that. I think it's where Arrow comes in and kills everybody eventually with Lucian. It's probably right.
To be fair, this is also a symptom of the scaling champions that KT has selected in both games, meaning that this is actually for KT the most efficient way to play the game right now while they wait for their late game power to develop.
Why not?
It's not a very exciting way to play League of Legends.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. We're in preseason. The games are fast. The kills are high. What is going on? This is not what I signed up for.
I'm sorry. This is what's going to happen at lane swaps now.
Oh.
Especially with Cassidy and GP.
Oh, well. Oh.
On the plus side, Someday now has his Infinity Edge, so we're reaching a point where KT may have just an unstoppable split push developing.
Well, that's the idea, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Maybe some more dragon stacking, too. You never know. KT managed to get 5 in the last game.
Yep. Something we did not think we'd see for very many games this year. At least not in the current patch, but right off the bat, KT showing no. We can play that slow. We can wait it out that long.
We can pick Fiora and Gangplank and just split push eventually.
We can savor our victory someday. Trying to live, trying to get the damage done. Hachani comes in to save him. Ixu in trouble. Score locks him up with the cocoon. There's a kill for Someday. Not bad.
Second kill now that has come through for Someday, where Ixu is pushed way too far in the top lane without vision. He's not actually getting a lot of support from Lyra or from Snowflower up there to get him the information that he needs to successfully defend his position or apply pressure. And every time he dies, that's more time that the Africa Freaks lose when it comes to successfully dealing with the giant split push that is inevitably coming their way from KT.
Well, free CS. How about a free dragon? KT takes that one easily. Lyra trapped a little bit. Snowflower getting harassed by Fly on the outside of the fight. Nice knock up from the Braum ultimate. Fly over the wall. Braum blocking the damage. Whoa, nope. Not enough. Sanyun gets a double kill. Fly on the run now, and it looks like the Freaks are turning this one around. Someday on his own. That Braum shield just wasn't angled quite as well as I thought it was going to be.
Nope, it was definitely angled the wrong way,
Man.
and that's what happened. Just sort of splits the difference right there. That Ultimate from MF hits absolutely everybody.
I want to see that one again. Oh, their headsets are flashing like crazy now. They flash faster the more excited they get.
It's actually attached to a heart rate monitor.
That'd be cool. We need that for pro gamers. No, we really do.
No, I don't think we do.
They're in time.
No.
It's what e-gamers require. Someday wants to be a hero, has to end up burning that flash. Lyra chasing. Someday still okay for the moment. And Chani blocking some damage. They managed to prevent the Baron for the moment.
A little bit early to go after the Baron with that few members up from the Afrika Freaks. Arrow sent down to the bot lane. Let's clear out this wave, and it's a nice fight there from Afrika. They had the good positioning from the MF ultimate over the wall while everybody from KT tried to pop on over.
You know, we had Mickey doing exactly what he wanted to. It just kind of staying on the fringes of the fight, going in and assassinating people when he had an opportunity. So that really was the perfect fight for what the Freaks are trying to do this game.
Yeah, Fly on the cusp of a major power spike, though. Once he gets the Zhonya's Hourglass, it's going to be a major pickup for him. And he'll be able to get into the back line and just stay there for a lot longer, refresh his Rift Walk, and then continue to wreak havoc in the back line. And they don't have a lot of tools to deal with that.
Meganar for Ixu, and still not able to take that Rift Sculler. Rift Coward. All it does is run away.
Hide in a hole.
Yep.
It's not very good at hiding, though. It leaves its antenna up.
I know. And you'd think the antennas, being the sensing organs that they are, it would know that it's not completely hidden.
I like how it looks out for danger, but somehow can't be attacked.
That's very good at avoiding danger. Oh, meanwhile, some danger coming in for Afrika as Gangplank's ultimate slows everybody down. Score trying to harass while Lyra trying to get with the rest of his team. Braum ult. Oh, Cocoon. Can someday make something happen here? Not quite, it looks like. They've done enough damage.
Well, they knew that Ixu's TP was down.
Oh, nice.
And so they're going to get the mid lane turret off of Dead. They decided to just try and catch someone right there because that's the ideal situation for KT. They have that mobility and the burst damage to chase down members of the Freaks who are out of position. It's when Ixu is there and can set up the MF ult with a Gnar ult that they need to be very, very worried.
Yeah. Uh-oh, KT in trouble. A flash score thrown against the wall by Ixu's Gnar ultimate. And that's going to be the end of score for the moment. And it may be the end of that tier 2 turret unless KT can respond. Culling helps. Helps a bit.
A lot of HP left on that turret.
Yeah, bullet time not very effective.
GP barrels are very effective at
they are.
Dealing enough damage. Fly now going to start chasing him down. Spooky Ghosts used.
Helped a lot. Actually, Mickey taking some damage, but you're right. The Frost Queen's claim getting the slow, keeping KT from catching up to the Freaks quite as quickly as they could have otherwise.
Such a good item right now.
Yeah. So hot right now.
So hot right now.
Frost Queen's claim, so hot right now.
Spooky Ghosts.
Yep, Spooky Ghosts. So hot right now.
Have ghosts ever been hot?
I mean, if they're like flaming ghosts. Yeah. I think I fought a couple of those in Witcher 3.
Were you witching your way to success?
I was.
Great ending.
Good, all right. What more can I say? Nothing about that, apparently. I haven't finished the game yet. I'm lying about all this.
I'm sad. It's a great game.
Why are you sad that it's a great game? I think you'd be happy.
Yeah, because I don't get to play it anymore. That's why I'm sad.
It's the old Witcher switcheroo.
The Witcheroo?
Well, the Witcheroo. Well, Arrow's trying to get some semblance of control in the mid lane after the scare in top.
I think a Witcheroo is when the Witcher says he's going to kill a monster, but then lets it live instead.
I think it's
or when a monster kills a Witcher.
I think it's a kangaroo that's turned to the dark arts. Should ask Papa Smithy about this. Why didn't he warn us about these? What kind of friend doesn't tell you about that? And can KT actually make something out of this? I don't know. I think this is a dangerous situation unless.
Well,
they
why is
chunk out
MF
Mickey.
in the bottom lane right now is the real question.
Well,
MF does not want to be in the bottom lane right now.
good thing she's in the top lane.
Or top lane, yes, in the side lane. Yeah, but pushing
Either
down to
way.
the tier 2 is not where you want your MF without TP to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do trade turrets.
Yeah, that mid lane is significantly more valuable than the tier 2 that was already damaged.
Oh, for sure. I mean, KT is certainly getting a better positional advantage out of that.
And they're going to sacrifice Dragon for it too.
They may, dragging up at about 5.
So they have to threaten Baron right now. But there's a paint ward from KT in the pit, so they're not going to really be too worried because there's no vision control. Africa really misplaying that entire sequence of events.
Yep. Someday trying to just slow people down so KT can take that dragon. They may have to be kind of patient here, though. Ooh, I don't know. You might be in for a bit of a fight. Dragon pulled towards score and fly.
Ixu gonna be mini Gnar soon, though.
Yeah, so they probably aren't going to get a good fight here. Dragon. Lyra comes up to try to take it. They chase him away before finishing it off. Dragon does go over to KT. Can they make it out without fighting, though? I don't think they want to right now, and yeah, they'll escape. So Mickey and the rest of the freaks are going to try to move down the mid lane, and I say that in the kindest way possible. And they should be able to get this turret, too.
Yeah, nice. So they make something out of it in the end by rushing the mid lane and trading 2-for-1 turrets, but those dragon stacks are getting pretty concerning.
Yeah.
For the freaks, and they do end up in the end with some nice rotations to even the objective trading.
Why do they have to call themselves the freaks? Why do they do this to us here, man?
Yeah, they could have named themselves the Lions, the Africa Lions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where, or elephants. They would be more appropriate to the African continent.
But but it's not really, the streaming service isn't really named after Africa the continent, though, is it? I don't think so.
I have no idea what
It's not
Africa
spelled
is
that
supposed
way.
to mean, Doa.
Well, it's probably like a weird, like, shortening of something, because it's probably like a phrase that they shorten, who knows. They do that a lot in Korea.
I mean, you would never know that EM Fire is supposed to be Empire unless you were specifically told that.
Yep. It's true.
And it was it was supposed to be like Empire, but the E dash was there because it's like Esports.
Yeah. And the F was there because it's Korean. And because F and P are basically represented by the same letter in the Korean alphabet.
That's right.
Yep.
There's no difference, so.
There's your Korean language lesson for today.
So that's how EM Fire came to be.
Yep. There you go. But how did they come to be in the state they are now? Well, that's completely different and
That's
very
another
sad
story.
That's a story for a different day.
An EM Fire day.
That's right. We'll have one of those this week. At some point. Well, a bit of a lull in the action at the moment. KT just trying to secure as much of their own jungle as they can. They've gotten the dragon stacks. It really feels like we're back to Season 5, where there's just not much incentive to fight outside of that dragon.
No, if KT wants to play League of Legends this way. I haven't seen many teams do this.
I mean, if it wins, you know? But then you have to start wondering, you know, as the meta continues to evolve, if you lack that adaptability, we've seen teams suffer for that in the past.
That's very true. Whereas it has been all about the dragon for KT. Another unorthodox way of playing the preseason, to be sure. But making it work. Ixu denying some of these barrels right here, and that's starting to do quite a bit of damage.
Yes, it is. Oh, Ixu wants to brawl a bit. But someday we'll just drink some healthy fruit juice.
You mean eat some healthy fruit kebabs? Why does Gangplank have, like, fruit on a sword?
Well, I mean, where else would you carry it? Duel continues. Oh boy. I mean, if you're a pirate, if you try to carry the fruit in, like, your pocket, it gets really messy, so unless you're planning on sticking the sword in someone in the near future, you could just carry it on the sword.
I think you would be as a pirate, though.
Well,
Aren't you always concerned with sticking your sword in people?
Well, I mean, only if you're worried about your crew mutinying. Ixu on the run. Score chases. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill with the parlay. Arr, he was so close.
It's all right. Fly's going to take a turret in the meantime. But this is the late game split push. This is the late game 1-3-1 that there really aren't answers to from Africa. And as long as the 3 members in the mid lane can remain slippery enough here, which they can disengage with Elise and Braum quite easily and clear out the wave with the culling. There's not really a lot of choices for Africa. They're going to have a very hard time forcing any kind of fight. They're down a teleport, and the global ultimate of Someday makes it tricky. So they can't really win any of the side lanes right now.
Yeah, KT, just like last game, seems to be slowly but surely gaining a map lead and a presence lead, if not an actual gold lead.
Well, and now they have 2 Sheens in their split pushers too. They have the Lich Bane finished as a 3rd item onto Fly.
Yep.
They have a ton of damage alongside that Sheen on Someday, who has now just about past that flame horizon of 100 CS advantage, despite starting very slowly in this game and getting first blooded.
Pretty amazing that he's been able to make a comeback like that. And KT, you know, on the losing end of first blood both games, but still looking pretty good when it comes to late game. And you know, it almost seems like we're seeing a very similar situation on the Africa side from last game too, that they're starting to look a little bit lost. They're starting to have kind of some tough times deciding what exactly the team needs to be doing right now.
Yeah, KT's basically just run them out of options too. They have played too much around the side lanes, which is exactly what KT wanted in the first place.
Yep, sure enough. And culling used, and Chani pushing forward. Score throwing some down from the side. Fly comes in from the side. Oh, they're going to force Zonias early on. Someday there. Bullet time over the top. Not really doing a whole lot. Oh, Fly got low, but wasn't killed outright. Score helping on the disengage. Arrows right there. And now, again, KT needs to be careful.
I am really surprised that KT decided to use both teleports to try and engage that fight.
It was very disjointed.
Africa was split up, but they don't have to be the ones forcing the fights right now. They can continue just to push the waves and take the dragon pretty much forever.
I mean, you could argue that KT was trying to force that fight to get Africa to blow all of their big cooldowns on it to make this 5th dragon, or 4th dragon rather, easier to take.
That's true.
That worked. Even if it wasn't the intended consequence, it did.
Yeah, the problem is now they can't put on pressure though, and Africa can just group around this Baron. And they have to respond to this. Meanwhile, that wave and bottom side is getting disturbingly large.
All right, well, Baron being taken by Africa. No vision for KT, but they're still pushing ahead. Now they know. Will Africa back away? It looks like they're sticking to that for the moment. Nope, there's the turn.
No MM fault up right now. Gnarl is back up.
KT kind of in a weird spot, though, between the enemy and the enemy's base here. Funneled into the choke, could end up bad. Oh, GP ult though brought down, and that's going to split up the Freaks a little bit. Can they pick apart the team? Bullet time back again. Braum blocking a lot of it this time around. A kill coming in for Arrow already. And now Africa Freaks in a little bit of trouble as KT comes storming back down the mid lane. Slowed down a bit.
Uh-oh,
by
everybody's
Songyun.
on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, Mickey trying to run away here. Lyra dives back into the enemy team. A kill for Mickey, but here comes Arrow over the top. Kills all over the place for KT. Achani even living as Lyra forced to just back away rather than complete that kill.
And you can't team fight like that if you're Africa. They split up right there. You want the big combo in the jungle, but you had MF and Gnar on one side and everyone else sort of just chasing Fly around on the opposite side and trying to chase down a Kassadin. Well, your front line is focused when you need to be going after that combo.
Well, it's going to cost them.
It is a bit of a disaster, and that is going to cost them the game, yeah.
Yep. Lyra, last man standing, not able to defend this 5-man push from KT, though. They have enough minions that it should be able to do it. Nice knockup by Lyra, but that's going to be the ace. And how appropriate is it that Arrow takes that final kill, and the Nexus getting poked away. A lot of members of Freaks back up, but it's not enough. GG, and KT completes the 2-0.
Well, those were some long games from KT, but
yes, they were.
They played to their strategy well, and they played with poise, just continuously scaling until they had sufficient opportunities to take that game. Not really playing around the Baron at all, weirdly enough, in either game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just seemed like some unwillingness to engage in the new meta, but at the same time, against an inexperienced team like Anarchy, or rather the Africa Freaks, you can kind of exploit that if you take it to the late game.
Well, especially when you have such a powerful 1v1 player like Someday in a split push scenario.
Yeah.
He gets you a lot of advantages, and if you could transition that into repeatedly stacking the dragon, and scaling slowly yet effectively, then you can win some of these late game team fights, or you can really force your opponents into very difficult situations where if they're not as experienced as shot calling, they can sort of crumble. And Africa definitely not quite there yet when it comes to that late game know-how.
Yeah, and when you combine that good shot calling with the mechanical skill of a player like Arrow too, it really becomes tough if you're still a bit of a rookie organization like the Africa Freaks are. Mickey understandably disappointed. He really did everything he could, but
Well, he misplayed that last team fight a bit. I think that splitting up that's where you want to be if you are KT, and they did get the Gnar abandoned a little bit. They didn't follow up on the MF and Gnar combo as well as they could, and that was ultimately the team fight that had long enough death timers to get the win for KT, who spent a lot of time in this series prancing around the map and just out-rotating their opponents, basically.
should have picked a Mumu. Get in there, and that's what really makes the misfortune viable, man. Need that a Mumu ult. Got to get in there for the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and we'll see who our MVPs are. We know that Arrow was our Game 1 MVP, and I've got a pretty good idea of who it's going to be for Game 2. Yep, it's Someday. Great game on that Gangplank. Was really far behind at the beginning, but ended up coming back both in farm, both in lane pressure. Really playing that one fantastically.
Also did by far the most amount of damage in that game to champions, about 14,000 more than anybody else on his team.
Wow.
So that showing a lot with those barrel skills, setting up the team fights.
Yep.
See right here's a great ult into the back line.
Well, he really did a good job of waiting until the Freaks kind of funneled into a choke, and that's when you throw down GPL.
Multiple barrel hits throughout that team fight.
Yeah.
See again, picking up the kill with one last gunshot.
Boop.
It's not the sound a gun makes, Stella.
It's for kids, you know.
Guns, they're for kids.
Guns for kids. No. No.
Jeez, Doa.
Drink responsibility, guys. It's time once again for our MVP interview. And Robin will be translating for us once again. Take it away.
Thank you very much.
두 번째 경기 아프리카와 KT의 대결 함께 보셨습니다. 그 결과 역시 KT 강했습니다.
Results for the second match today, Africa Freaks against KT Rolster. KT took the match, as you saw. We have the two MVPs here with us, Arrow and Someday. Congratulations.
에로 선수 사실 KT는 스프링 시즌에 좀 고전을 했기 때문에
Arrow, usually KT has a lot of problems in springs, but and I think that you'll feel pretty great about how today's match went. How do you feel?
아무래도 스프링 때 매번 성적이 별로였는데
Yeah, we always had pretty crappy results in spring splits.
아무래도 그 스크림 때처럼 좀 루시안이랑 챔피언으로 성적이 잘 나와서
Yeah, I chose to pick Lucian as we did in a lot of scrims, and it had a great result. Did the opposing team practice a lot of Lux?
연습을 했었긴 했는데 아무래도 뭘 맞춰보고 한 건 아니고요. 그냥 써다
None of it was actually planned, but yeah, I think Lux Lucian is a solid 5 out of 7.
플라이 선수가 이번에 새로 영입이 됐는데 팀 내 적응은 잘 하고 있는지 궁금합니다.
그 플라이 선수의
How is Fly fitting into the team?
방송을 보시면 아무래도 적응을 대단히 잘하고 있다는 걸 느끼실 것 같아요, 시청자들이.
Yeah, obviously, if you look at how he's shaping up in the team, it's been pretty good.
언급해도 되는지 모르겠는데 일단 플라이가 좀 4차원적인 끼가 있고요.
Fly is a bit weird.
되게 이성에 관심이 많은 것 같기도
What do you know?
And he's very, very interested in the ladies.
그리고 즐기면서 마셔보는 걸 좋아하더라고요.
He likes to
쉽게 적응할 수 있는
drink responsibility and have a lot of fun.
I don't think he said that. I don't know about this translator, guys.
설명해 주신 것 같습니다. 경기 중후반에 1세트 때요. 익수 선수와 썸데이 선수가 1대1 대결에서 썸데이 선수가 패배하면서 아프리카
Someday lost in a duel against Iksu,
그때 아프리카가 발언을 시도하던 걸 에로 선수가
and then when
승리를 잡았거든요. 그때 상황이 좀
when the Freaks were trying to Baron, Arrow, you stopped them completely and you took the match. What was going on in the comms?
1대1 싸운다는 콜이 나왔어요. 그래서 쉔궁을 보냈는데 뭔가 실수가 났는지 일단 져가지고 그냥 바로
Yeah, we sent Shen ult, and I don't exactly know what happened, but we lost it.
그 궁극기랑 스킬을 다 쓰더라고요 미니언에. 그래가지고 제가 그걸 보고 그냥 뭐야 얘 하고 잡은 생각으로.
And I saw that they used their skills on the minions and just went and took the kills. So a lot of fans came here to see the opening games. Would you like to say anything to the fans?
그 스프링 시즌에 죽수는 일은 없도록 열심히.
I'll try not to mess up too much in this split.
때처럼 이렇게 똑같이 잘 하는 모습 보일 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Definitely try to show my fans the best that I can as a player. Now it's time to meet Someday. It's been a while since we had an interview with Someday. You had a pretty tough time today. We picked Gangplank without during the first rotation, so we got a lot of good picks in the other lanes, so I trusted in my teammates. How'd you feel when you picked Gangplank? I know Ixu, and it's pretty obvious what he's gonna do in game. But I didn't know that Ari's gonna come through. How is Ixu obvious to you? If you look at the mid-game 1-on-1v1s, he always comes in if he thinks he can win the 1v1. And I just say, thanks Ixu, it's a free kill, I got junglers here. I heard that your teammates are playing a lot of scrims. Yeah, we have been winning a lot of scrims, and we do think that scrim results are they do transfer a lot to the real games. And I think that today shows that. Hachani returned to your team, and he was a coach and he was a player, and he coached for Anarchy, which is now a Freak of Freaks, and he came back as a player against him. So how was it like? But Hachani knew all the champion picks that they had, like pocket picks they had. So yeah, we were able to prepare really, really well for this game against the Freak of Freaks. Do you have any last words? Yeah. Everyone says that because our scrims are good, they are looking forward to us, and I feel great about the start we had today. And please love us. Congratulations for the MVP. Now back to you, Monty and Doha.
Thanks for the translating, Robin. And I, for one, hope that someday can hopefully find lenses for those frames that he's wearing.
He lost them somehow.
Somehow, I hope his vision's okay, because there's clearly no lenses in those frames. But maybe someday he'll track those down again.
One of the great faux pas of Korean fashion, as we know.
Yep, no frames. Or no lenses. Our frames.
Yeah, no frames. That'd be an interesting way to wear glasses.
That's right.
We call the monocles.
The HoverLens technology. Well, it was a couple of 2-0s today, guys. SKT with the 2-0 over CJ Entus with their new coaching staff, their new roster. It's a rebuilding year. Keep telling yourself that, CJ fans.
You've probably been telling that yourself for a long time.
It's another rebuilding year. Keep telling yourself that, CJ fans. KT fans can be happy, though, with the 2-0 over the Afrika Freaks, and still apparently total anarchy for their shot calling after the mid-game.
Yeah, they definitely didn't take advantage of the opportunities that they had to continuously put pressure onto KT, sacrificing it and that drew out the game long enough for KT's scaling to take hold.
And I'm kind of jealous, man. Tomorrow, you and Papa Smithy get to cast Longju Gaming with their awesome new roster, including Flame versus the generic Green Wings, and then Samsung versus the Empire. I'm a little bit less jealous of that one. But the first match, that one looks good.
I'm actually really interested to see Samsung with how high Kuve and Crown have been on the ladder recently. Crown going as high as #1 in solo queue. So these are players that have definitely upped their mechanical and solo queue ability, and I want to see how that translates over. And also Jenner, they didn't have a great performance at IEM in San Jose, but they've had a little bit more time now to work out their kinks. And I'm curious how Longju Gaming's synergy is, because on paper that's a very good team. Is it in reality a good team? I don't know.
It's a lot of CJ Blaze from years past. We'll see how that works out. Thanks for watching, guys. It's been a great first day of OGN Champions Korea. We'll see you more in the future. Tomorrow. Man, I'm trying to figure out when the show's going to be from the Korean casters. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. More League of Legends coming a lot this year. It's going to be awesome. Thanks for watching. See you then.
I let it fall, my heart, and as it fell, you rose to claim it. It was dark, and I was over, until you kissed my lips and you saved me. My hands, they're strong, but my knees were far too weak.